municipal plan. We have a public. Got the squeaky chair again. Is there? Thank you very much. I thank the planning commission and LCPC very much for working. Yeah. Thank you to the Johnson Planning Commission and LCPC for all the hard work. And anybody else? That was all of it. Okay.
Once it is yours, they can produce it to them, so they can, they'll keep it.
We always say it takes 2 years, and almost does.
Wow. And then how often do you have to redo it?
It's already 8 years now. Each picture must have been, yeah. Yeah, I'm not 100%. One foot is every 5 years.
Yeah.
It's a heavy lift for every 5 years. Heavy lift.
Yeah, and the sooner you get it done, then you have to kind of start over again.
Are you guys talking about the 2032 town plan? Next month.
Sorry.
Big work project. Speaking of that, did we send a card of appreciation out for David Butler's work?
You have it back, they're on my desk. Go downstairs if you want.
Because he was on the planning commission for quite a little while, right?
He was on before I don't know how long.
Yeah. Yeah, he put a lot of time into it.
You got what I sent you?
Fill it out, last spot here. Yeah. And then, tonight I have 2 cards for him. She sent out.
Hearing no other public comment? I think we have to be open.
I think we have to keep it open until 7 o'clock.
I was wondering if we could.
No.
No.
Because somebody might wander in. I mean, we could probably
Start the select.
do some business in the select board.
Yeah.
Close the meeting at 7.
You can't really start that because people would be expecting that.
You're right.
Yeah, that's true. So what do we do? Twiddle our thumbs for
Yeah, that's what you.
25 minutes?
Exchange Thanksgiving recipes, maybe.
Can you go get
Yeah, get those cards, might as well.
and Lois's copy? Yes, certainly. There was some at our first hearing. There was some in between, but I think the product is.
Paul, have you gone to any of these reimagining subcommittees?
Yes, I'm on the downtown line and I've been to a recreation one.
Yeah. Yeah, you were at the recreation one.
Yeah, the hope is that the Reman Johnson task force will dovetail pretty nicely with a lot of the chapters in the town plan. They would be of some use. Part of the plan, usually they get rid of it, they get put on the shelf for 3 years and you start with them again.
Yeah.
So hopefully this
Has the planning commission given much thought into the want to go for a municipal planning grant to come and redo the entire capital plan?
Yeah, we haven't approved, well.
We don't have one yet.
We don't have one yet, but when and if we have an approved municipal plan, we can apply for those municipal planning grants.
Right.
And we also have to submit our plan to LCPC for regional review and approval. and they have to confirm our planning process. So part of our motion tonight should be to submit this municipal plan to the Regional Planning Commission for review and approval.
After that's presented and then. The operation.
Yeah. Because we can't apply for any municipal planning grants unless we have an approved plan and confirmed planning process,
Yeah,
so.
I can see it. She can do it.
There was a good gathering last Friday, I think, with the folks from FEMA, the state, and the White House. Beth was here speaking for you and her. Just giving feedback to them about what we could use and what we would like would have been helpful.
Sorry.
No,
Thank you.
it was nice.
It was a pretty good session, didn't you?
Yeah, I thought they were open-minded about taking constructive, I don't say criticism, suggestions.
Yeah, it was more for their than ours.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really good.
They did a wonderful
Start, so.
I never expected to hear a government level official accept that much. The word is but now, you know.
Yeah.
And then it's overwhelmingly responsive.
Yeah, it was very positive.
Very positive.
Yeah.
I mean, they're dealing with this stuff all around the country. I have an assistant director for all of Region 1 here in Johnson's. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah. No, there's certainly some streamlining of that process that you brought up that really needs to happen.
I think they're very excited to have our documents.
Yeah.
Wild to me that there's a disaster every year and it hasn't happened yet. Yeah.
Yeah, just.
But this, one of the suggestions was like. They could have like bullet points, but as soon as there's a disaster. They send something to the town, whether it's select board, manager, administrator, whoever. To distribute to residents right away to say, if you had a disaster, do X, Y, Z. Like, here's how you track things the right way. So much of this FEMA process is like going back and forth with their auditing, the CRC, cost recovery. You're going back and forth through the census. But if they told us how to track it in the first place, we would have saved hundreds of thousands of federal dollars in their auditing of our work.
Yeah,
And
there is a reason why FEMA is not heavy.
there. But the same in town too, you know, I mean, if we didn't have to reproduce time cards. I would have saved, 20 hours of my own time, So.
I mean, you said that's about municipal planning grant for capital plan.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the planning commission had mulled over the idea or talked about it. To go after a municipal planning grant, assuming everything is accepted from the planning process with LCPC. If you guys have thought about going after a municipal planning grant for an overhaul of the capital budget.
Haven't discussed it as group yet. That's something you'd like us to go after.
We can't really do business of the town in a public hearing. I individually would be interested in it.
Annual grant is the planning grant available.
We could always talk about it in 19 minutes. I mean, from my eyes, it was completely overhauled. A future board have more information and be able to plan better, budget easier, more efficiently, everything. That's just me.
Well, it's well beyond being due for updating. And according to statute, I never quite figure out why this is, but according to statute, the planning commission is supposed to develop and recommend to the select board a capital plan and budget. Not quite sure why that is, but that's what the statute actually says. And we think it would probably be a no-brainer planning grant.
Yeah, I checked in, let's do it. Morning, we drive in actually. Right up there, and there's an annual meeting for planning grants, and that was said. There's a benefit if we could join, if we could put it out. And try to team up with like other towns in the region, and LCPC can actually do it for us. If they do like a region wide, so they're starting, say, Wolcott, Belvedere, and Johnson. They can do all 3 town ones and consolidate that money to get a better product, or we can do $8,000 to ourselves. There's like different options.
Peter.
A lot of them, it's expensive.
Do you know what the deadline for application is?
No, I just had phone calls to figure out it. Mostly about the budget, so much of the budget is reliant on future planning that is.
Did I miss
That all of
something
them?
too?
Okay, good. Tom, should we give these back to you?
Yeah, the orders.
No Rosemary tonight?
She's in Jamaica or
Ooh,
St. Martin.
Oh,
I have to confirm her up to, and Susan put this on her chair.
Well, we've got a little bit of time. I don't think there's any action necessary, but can I bring the board up to speed on what I've recently heard from Pomerleau, which I think I forwarded the email to.
I think I saw that, yeah, that Shaw's is,
Shaw has basically withdrawn their letter of interest in opening a grocery store regardless of the success or not of Pomerleau with regard to flood mitigation improvements there. So I took the liberty of saying I was only one select board member, but just let him know that we have basically received an NBRC grant. We've received voter approval for the bond, and we will be submitting for an Act 250 approval in the relatively near future for the industrial park, light industrial park. Suggested to him that if any of that was of any interest, he should get in touch. I also indicated that he was technically eligible for a buyout for that property as a commercial property. I checked with Seth Jensen. Seth basically said, as far as he knows, the application has been extended to April, but the deal where it's 100% deal is going to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. Is that consistent with what you know?
All of Johnson's properties have been reviewed and I don't know if approved is the right word, obligated. About 5 million of the 80 million is coming to Johnson. And so adding that property might be used for flood mitigation, which may give it a benefit, whereas on a case by case basis, you may have a better option because of the future plan. What would the town do with that property, right? Is it just going to stay open space, or would it be used for flood, flood storage, flood restoration? And that's it. That would be our best. So it might not come to the HMGP buyout, but through the rivers program.
Submerged parking lot.
Absolutely. Yeah.
any thoughts about the garage that's Pomerleau owns that also, right?
He does. When I talked with Seth, he said that it's very likely that if Pomerleau does submit a request for a buyout, that they would need to perform at least a phase 1 environmental assessment. That property did have the gas tanks removed under the state's underground storage tank program a number of years ago. So they may have already met some of the requirements.
I would hope
Not
so.
sure. I'm pretty sure that had they, I'm certain had they found anything when they removed those tanks, they would have been, you'd see remediation efforts,
Right, there'd
Out
be
there.
test wells and stuff. They probably-
test wells and ground removal, contaminated soil removal. And there's not, and there never was anything, so I suspect it was a fairly clean bill of health.
So Dr. Shaw's removal was due to flood risk as opposed to size of market here or anything like that.
My understanding from what Ernie emailed me was their board of directors is just ultimately concerned that regardless of what they were able to do with flood mitigation measures, that the risk of flooding in the future was something too high. He used an example of what if a huge tree crashes into the flood barrier and breaches the barrier and the storm flood? So I think, yeah. So I think that Carmelo at this point in time is, he emailed me back a very brief 2-sentence response that basically said on it. Yeah, exactly what that means, I don't know, but I think it's an opportunity. Especially if they could get a buyout on that parcel, that would go a long way to relocating somewhere else.
What conversations do we have with them about the industrial parks? This is not business, right? This is just.
Hang on. Susan, you walked in, we're in public comment for the joint municipal plan. Do you have any public comment for the joint municipal plan, or are you here for the select board? We're not making decisions or anything, just some conversation.
Idle gossip.
Megan has her hand.
Huh?
Megan, do you want to?
Megan, what do you have to?
It's not a public comment, but I just wanted to say, in regard to Duncan mentioning the regional approval of the municipal plan, our board of directors would basically review that in January. We don't meet in December, but our board does meet in January, so that would be the time frame in which that regional approval would take place. And I haven't seen the municipal planning grant announcement come across my desk yet. As far as I know, they were kind of delaying that this year. Normally it comes out in the fall, but haven't seen it yet. So it's probably going to come in the next month, would be my guess. And so I just wanted to point that out. And I see that I was going to just remind you all to vote on the municipal plan, but I see it's later on your agenda at 7:30. So I'll probably just listen in until then, if that's okay. And if you have any other questions, just let me know.
Certainly.
By way of full disclosure, I am the chairperson of the Plan and Project Review Committee at Vermont County Planning Commission. When our plan comes before the Plan and Project Review Committee, I will recuse myself from deliberations on the plan.
But you'll sell it to them.
Well, I would highly recommend that someone from Johnson be there, Paul. To explain the plan. I don't think it's going to require a whole lot of explanation or support, but what Megan hasn't said is once we submit that plan for review, LCPC staff will review and prepare a written response or a written checklist, kind of, with regard to compliance. There are, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Megan, but I think there are four statutory criteria that a plan must meet. Is that?
Oh, there's 12 different plan elements, and
Which is one of the criteria. They must meet the plan elements.
Yeah, and so our staff did an initial internal review, just to make sure that the plan met all the required elements in addition to the enhanced energy planning requirements. And it did meet all the, the check boxes. So I don't foresee there being any issues.
It's a good time for a big shout out of thank you to Megan for all that work.
Yeah,
You did a lot.
well,
Thank you to the Planning Commission, Johnson as well, and all the input from the trustees and select board. Appreciate it.
And there shouldn't be any issues with regard to confirmation of the local planning process that you can see, Megan.
No. Once the select board approves the plan and then the trustees approve the plan, trustees are having their final hearing next week on the 9th. So once that happens, yeah, you can submit your request for regional approval, and then we have to warn our own hearing for the board of directors for LCPC in January.
So maybe I guess I had assumed that the trustees had already met and approved the plan. Since they haven't, maybe we can put it on to Eric to forward the fully adopted plan to the Regional Planning Commission for review and approval.
Yeah, you could do that.
We should just absolutely make sure that they understand that. Well, I hope we agree on this with the trustees, but my suggestion as a select board member would be that we submit our plan for regional approval and a confirmation of the planning process so that it would make both of us eligible for municipal planning grants.
I mean, it's my sense that the trustees are on board.
They are, but the choice of it's not an automatic thing.
Right.
We actually have to submit a request to the Regional Planning Commission for review and approval as per the statute. So they just need to be made aware of the fact that that's the next required step. Because I'm saying we shouldn't take it for granted that they know that.
Back to,
Megan, will you be at the trustees meeting?
Yeah, I do plan to attend that meeting.
So maybe you could carry that message along.
I'd be happy to.
back to grocery store world. Did he say anything about the post office? If he goes through buyout. It's the whole.
I didn't, and the reason I didn't is because the post office has a lease with Parliament.
Mhm.
And I didn't really want to do anything to jeopardize anything that might be in the works with Pomerleau and the US Postal Service on the lease. My assumption would be that if Pomerleau moves, he would either release the post office from the lease agreement that they have or make accommodation for a new location for a post office. But I don't know that that is something that we should directly insert ourselves into.
I don't think so. I just wondered if he had brought it. My sense is if he's gonna go through buyout, it's gonna be the whole building.
Yeah,
Mhm.
including the garage, the
Right,
former
that's what I
gas
asked,
station.
yeah.
I'm sure that would be necessary. And Paul, I don't think I ever answered your question about whether there have been any conversations with Pomerleau about alternative locations. I don't know for sure. Randall has been the major lead in working with Vermont Emergency Management and FEMA folks on this swift current, I don't want to say swift water, swift current.
Both.
So the impetus and direction of the town up to this point has been trying to work with Pomerleau in the context of him being a sub-applicant to the town for a Swift current application. If that's not gonna go forward, then I think it presents an opportunity for the town to have those conversations.
It'd be interesting to see what the number is. The value of that
The
property
buyout number,
through the buyout number,
yeah,
and if that, like you say, if that. Is a number that works with. Another possible location in,
well, we know what the grand list value of that property was. It's, it's north of 1.5 million, isn't it? 1.2 million, Seth said they would have to have an appraisal done. But the general along those buyouts is the value of the day before the flood.
Mhm.
So, how do you establish that value? I don't
yeah,
know.
and one, just off the cuff, $1.5 million doesn't build. Well, what does that build? For a store.
Depends on what you want.
Something bigger than this room.
Yeah, I don't know if it would buy, I certainly don't know if it would buy the whole thing, but,
Oh, it won't buy it.
but it would certainly get him a lot and well on his way.
Yeah,
And he was willing to invest a fair amount of his own money into flood mitigation in that location. So, those are all, I guess, business decisions that Parmalat needs to come up with. I guess, I don't know if, is anybody uncomfortable? I mean, I just sent him basic information.
yeah.
Is anybody uncomfortable with me having supplied that basic information?
No.
No,
No,
And if he wants to pursue it any further, my suggestion to him was get in touch sooner than later.
2 more minutes, Paul.
Yeah,
You sat in the closest chair to the door,
You noticed that,
wondering if it was strategic. You don't want to stay for the rest?
As tempting as it is. No.
boy, I'll tell you, there were a pile of Fidium trucks off the road today. With summer tires from Texas.
no,
There were 2 4-wheel drives in Footbrook. Did you see them?
Guys
Are you
installing
asking me or
fiber.
him?
Yeah. no, 'cause
When was this?
This was like at 8 o'clock this morning. We were probably long out of town.
I'm expected to already be working for a while by 8 o'clock.
Yeah,
I'm the only non-retired select board member, at least partially retired.
I went by and
Oh, Peter, you're not.
they were just buried.
not working like you are,
Peter's gainfully employed.
Yeah, I apologize.
but part-time.
Mark is too. You're still working for.
I'm working for her check a little bit and I still got a pile of clogged toilets in my life.
Okay, 7 o'clock, closing the public comment section
Thank you, Paul.
and the closing of public hearing.
I would move that the town.
Calling. What's the movement for? What's the movement about the plan?
The motion, the
Yeah,
movement. The motion.
that's
Yeah.
farther down in our select.
7:30.
Oh, it is.
Yes, I was calling the select board meeting to order.
Okay.
7 o'clock sharp. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you all.
Well, I hear it's.
First item is additions or adjustments. Are there any additions or adjustments to the agenda? Mike,
You wanted to put that in a select board.
if you want to have a conversation about it, we can do it as an addition under the industrial park items. But if you just want to comment, that's fine. If you don't have a conversation.
No, where do we want to have public conversation under additions or adjustments or select board issues and concern?
Would you like to add a topic talking about the industrial park?
Yes, I would.
All right, we'll do that as 11A.
Right, because we got an industrial park there.
Yep. Sorry, Tom. I was-
Honestly, for 10A. You want to make that an agenda item or you just want me to send? 11 is the website.
We could just add that as a 12. the board has no problem. I don't have a problem with it, but you can just weigh in. So that was RFP for AC. Okay, any other additions or adjustments? I have one that might go under the budget conversation, which is number 16A, if possible, schedule an extra meeting.
Just in your addition is to schedule another meeting.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Any other additions or adjustments?
Prerogative of the chair to schedule a meeting, right?
No, that's fine. I thought maybe you'd elaborate more, but we'll do that if we get to it.
Right. I just wanted a topic header.
Yeah.
No other additions or adjustments? We'll move on. Invoices and orders are going around. Does anybody have a question about those? Number 4 is public comment. Do we have public comment tonight from anybody?
Anything.
Public.
Anything you got, Susan?
Can you get a one supper for these? Who's here?
A light supper?
Well, I work
I think we're having, probably not.
Do they always have a late supper?
just-
They do. And the taxpayers have to pay for it.
You got it.
Wow,
Man, they never had a public vote.
that's probably,
And then what?
They never had a public vote.
It's discretionary.
no different than fall.
Thank you.
We have one.
Are you suggesting that someone should make a motion that we have light suppers available?
So, I don't know.
Light suppers for the public or for just us?
Now, Mark has brought us pizza before, but that didn't cost anybody anything.
Donna, do you participate in that late supper?
When I used to take minutes for the school board, yes, it was just so, I think you guys should go for something, a little higher quality.
All
What
right.
do they have, spam sandwiches?
Back to some serious business. Is there any other recommended expenditures of the town under public comment? Thank you, Paul.
Good luck.
Thank you, Paul.
Are there any select board issues or concerns?
Not at the moment.
This is where I'm gonna air it, but it's not an issue or a concern. Anybody that's watching or is here should try to make it to the Jubilee on Saturday. I think it's gonna be a good time.
Yeah.
It's odd to have it under issues and concerns, but it's an airing of celebration.
Right.
It is.
And it gets it on the record.
Donna, say that Mark said it if he wants it on the record.
It's a public meeting. Everybody's gonna watch this.
Yeah. All right, no other issues or concerns? Up next is the consent agenda item, and for public clarity, under the consent agenda is approving the minutes from November 4th and November 18th. Accepting the resignation of Duncan Hastings as the vice chair. And approval of a first-time liquor license for the Johnson General Store.
I would move the consent agenda with an abstention on my part for item B.
Well, you can do that during the vote.
You're moving A and C. All right, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
No.
All
Yeah,
those
this liquor license, Rosemary's not here. You're gonna sign.
I mean, we just approved it. We don't sign it. She fills them out online.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're just going through the formality.
Yeah.
yeah.
The approval. If it was a renewal, she would just do it.
Could you hand this back to Tom?
Okay.
No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? And the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I move to accept. That we accept Duncan Hastings' resignation as the vice chair of the Johnson Selectboard.
The motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? And all those abstaining?
Abstention.
The ayes have it.
I'll make another motion. That the select board extend to Duncan Hastings our gratitude for his dedication to the work of the board.
But we don't send thank you letters. The board's too cheap for that.
Right. We ever said one?
We can just thank you, Doug.
Thank you,
So
Doug.
motion on the floor, is there a second? Is
Second,
there a third? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye,
thank you, Duncan.
and thank you.
Also aye.
Abstain.
The ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Well, let's move on to culverts.
No, I nominate Mark Woodard as vice chair.
It's not really warned that way, so
Yeah.
maybe at our meeting on the 18th, we'll have to nominate a vice chair. I will not be available for agenda planning next week for our meeting on the 18th, so you guys will, or 16th.
Why wasn't it warned that way? You said the agenda. You just slipped your mind or something.
Slipped my mind. I mean, there's a recommendation, but it's under consent agenda items and it's warned as a consent agenda item on text. The board can make a motion in 2 weeks. And if there's agenda support, maybe we'll have to figure out who's gonna do that next week.
Because you're gonna be away.
Yep.
Hopefully someplace near Rosemary.
Our next item is planned purchases.
Can I go back to that one that Mike has a concern on? I think I was under the impression that that was going to happen under that agenda item, and had I been aware that we wouldn't, I might have suggested to my next door neighbor that he suggested as an addition to the agenda so that it could be acted on. Are we, I know that that's supposed to be the first item on an agenda, is any changes or additions to the agenda. I don't want to get us out of sync with open meeting, but I guess I'm just concerned that I think it's important that we have one.
Certainly.
And I think it might have just been an oversight in terms of the expectations of what was going to happen under the consent agenda.
Or we could have voted down your resignation for a few weeks.
Well,
That's another, see, that was another option that you could have done.
we can go back to number one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
We can go back to number one and consider additions or adjustments.
Hearing your concerns. Are those concerns shared with the rest of the board?
Yes.
Yeah,
Only because you're gonna be out of town.
All right,
I know what your motion's gonna be.
I mean. If there's any
I
qualms,
think
we
light
could
dinner
always,
is efficient.
if there's any qualms, we could always reiterate it in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
All right. Who wants to make a motion for a new vice chair?
I'll make it from Mark.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And the ayes have it.
I abstain.
Congratulations.
Mark abstained.
I abstained down.
Thank you for clarifying.
No problem. I think it was important to,
Thank you for all your work as vice chair.
um,
Next item, is planned purchases for culverts. The road foreman is requesting to expend up to the budgeted line of $7,000 on culverts. I would entertain a motion to do so.
I would-
Well, go ahead, make motion, whatever.
Yeah, I would make a motion to, I think he wants $7,000, up to $7,000 for culverts.
So your motion is to authorize
Jason to,
purchase culverts not to exceed a total of $7,000.
yes, it is.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, or further discussion, sorry.
Isn't this a little bit out of our new purchase policy?
Is he going to get several bids and try to find the cheapest ones? I mean, this is exceeds $3,000.
So it's, and I think anything over 3,000 takes the select board. Select board has the authority to also not follow procurement policy too. So if the board is, he's gonna use the repeat vendor, which is, I think it's HS Ferguson Waterworks. And you can do that and buy $3,000 worth at a time. But if there's a benefit to the town, you can buy 7,000 all at once and load it into the back of one truck. And only take one trip out.
I know.
I understand that fully well, but I mean, there's other games in town, you know, there's other vendors now.
Historically, I remember, I don't know if it was exactly this time last year. We had a similar conversation and he did price through multiple vendors and buy the best price for whatever spec of culvert he was looking.
Would the maker of the motion be amenable to an amendment which requires seeking quotes and then purchasing based on the lowest bid?
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Would the seconder accept that as a friendly amendment?
Yes,
Are you clear on that, Donna?
Yep.
All right,
Does that do it, Mike?
is there any further discussion on the motion or amendment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
I,
All those opposed? And the ayes have it.
Thank you.
Yeah, you could have just, I think he could have just made an amendment to the motion.
It was an amendment.
He asked if it was a friendly amendment,
Oh,
which oftentimes means we're changing the motion to include that and just.
But it just was so.
it's a little nuance.
Yeah, a little nuance, no big deal.
it was friendly.
It was friendly and accepted.
Yeah. I don't think we have anything under the clerk report. Do we? Yes. Our next item is the road foreman report, which is part of the packet. Recent accomplishments for the public. We're finishing bank run gravel out of the town pit. Finishing the path / road to the arboretum. They prepared all the equipment for winter. And they got new tires on the backhoe. Current projects they're working on River Road East, the class 4 section. And the York Creek. Any questions about the road foreman report?
You know what the work is on River Road East?
Yeah, if you go out past, there's kind of where the road turns into a pretty obvious class 4. You go maybe 100 yards, him and I drove out and looked at it, and there's but it's 100 yards in, it's a major washout that doesn't meet our MRGP, but it's a quick, easy fix for him. It was just had to replace a culvert that washed out, so he dropped a 24-inch in and bringing fill from the pit at $2 a yard versus while they were excavating in the pit, it made sense to do the class 4 work without having to buy gravel. So that's why they chose to do that.
I can't remember for sure. Does that class 4 road meet with a class 4 road that connects into Hyde Park?
It does go through, and there's a
I think it goes to Morseville.
Yeah, I think it goes.
Yeah.
I think on the Morseville side, there's a pond.
Yeah.
there's a guy who owns land in Johnson who has a sugar bush up there. And that's one of the main reasons, because we're obligated to fix any gully erosion, which is 1 foot or greater. And this is 1 foot and greater that washed out, so you could not access the gully for triggering the spring. So we had an obligation to repair that culvert, which is another reason to push on it too. But it does, I think it goes all the way to your end, answer your question.
Yeah, I think it does.
You're right, it goes to Morrisville, doesn't it?
I think at one point in time, there was some consideration of discontinuing it. And if it goes through, you can't discontinue.
You have to do it with both towns. or in this case,
Yeah, both towns were there.
Hyde Park and Johnson, which means Hyde Park, Johnson and Morrisville,
Right.
it all go the same time. Yeah,
Where's Hyde Park in that? It goes to Hyde Park?
maybe it does, I don't know, maybe
Oh.
it just touches Morrisville, yeah.
It might go directly into Morrisville. I thought there was a little section that went into Hyde Park, but maybe,
Not sure.
yeah, it might go directly to Morrisville.
Continuing on, there's no further questions about the performance report. We'll get the CAD report. First item, I think you want to handle this one, Duncan, is the review and adoption of the town plan as presented by the planning commission.
I would move the adoption by the select board of the joint municipal plan and request that it be submitted to Regional Planning Commission for their review and approval, and that we seek approval for our municipal planning process.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there further question, further discussion?
Do we have to, does the village come into this at all?
Well, I mean,
It needs to, they need to.
they need to do the same thing that we're doing tonight, I think.
Okay, so we don't need to message this to them.
I don't think so.
I'll send it to Megan anyways and just make it a formality just in case.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think they're gonna need the, the resolution or the request to have it reviewed by both entities, because it is a joint plan.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And the ayes have it. Our next item is the standing item for the library relocation. There's nothing more to add to your report on that. But we'll have some RFPs that are reviewed by the review committee in 2 weeks.
The last,
Or, no, there are RFP responses, right?
They're gonna be coming this Friday,
Mhm.
as soon as I get them, I'm gonna send them out to the board, so you guys will all be to sit on them.
I think at our last meeting, we just approved Peter and the library trustees to come back with a recommendation.
And you.
I'm not against having the info, I know that there was a request from the library to be part of the process, and that's kind of how we handle it. I think info is great, but
Yeah.
did
we're
they,
seeking recommendation.
indicate a person that they wanted, a designated person from the library trustees?
You know,
I think it was Kelly.
who would you like to review the RFPs from the library with, Peter?
Is it you?
I thought it was. Well, I can do it.
Great.
That's enthusiastic.
The info is not bad, I just was trying to stick with what the board said previous.
There's an overwhelming response. I'm gonna be curious to see how many we actually get back.
That's
Are you
awesome.
sarcastic that it's overwhelming or?
I think I had, I thought it was 11, but there's actually 8 different architects.
Mhm.
And I think building movers might be down the smaller numbers, maybe not. And, but all we need is a couple, so. There's not a huge demand of building moving to
All you
happen.
really need is one.
Yeah. With good.
With the right price.
Right, with good insurance.
Said the right price.
Yeah.
We wouldn't want to be in violation.
I don't know why they don't move buildings with blimps.
Helicopters,
Yeah.
said multiple of them,
Yeah.
they just fly against each other, kind of in a beat. Okay. Nothing further on that. The next item is the library reserve fund for town meeting warrant. Tom has in his report a little write-up with the proposed language from the library.
There was one edit to that, I spoke with Stacy today, just. If you read on the third something, building should be removed. So instead of offsetting future building capital expenses, be offsetting future capital expenses.
Right, because it could be sidewalk or something.
Could be anything, yeah, they just want to be able to use it for library expenses, capital expenses.
Right.
So you're striking building.
Right.
So before we vote on it, I have one question that maybe has been looked into already. But Title 24, 2804 reads at an annual or special meeting duly warned, the municipality may establish a reserve fund to be under the control and direction of the legislative branch of the municipality. I personally wouldn't have a problem with having it be under the control and direction of the library board of trustees, but I just don't know if it's consistent with staff.
My strategy for tonight, which was not made clear, is that Rosemary wanted direction from the board to just get it on the warning. Get an article for a reserve fund on the warning. And she wanted a specific motion. And that I was unsure about the language too, just, and I think if we could just make the motion to like, that way Rosemary or board or somebody can look into those details. Be reestablished later when you approve the whole warning, but this way they can avoid the petition process. That was my strategy, is just that way they can be free of that burden that you're gonna support a motion, whatever that, or a warning.
So should we just strike out to be controlled?
No,
I don't think we
no.
should talk about language at all today.
I think like consensus. Can we get consensus of the board? Is the board? No motion. Interested in the idea of the library having a reserve fund on the warning?
Absolutely.
Okay. If you want a motion for that, we could form one that way, but the wording needs to be worked out. Do we need to make a formal motion for the other reserve fund that was requested earlier this year?
It was just specific for this one.
Because there's multiple articles that we have to talk about on the warning. That's why.
I think, but this one is a request of an outside body, but the other reserve funds are they a request of the outside body or up board?
I mean, going from memory, when Mike got on the board, he's such a joy. He kind of said, well, you guys haven't done the class 4 road policy yet. What are you doing? You sit on your butt for 2 years. And we worked on the class 4 road policy, but in that meeting with the planning commission and a couple of the residents, there was a request to form a reserve fund for class 4 road maintenance. The specifics of it, I can't remember, but I can remember the conversation. So my question is, do we need to make a motion for that one? Or do we want to talk about all of the articles? My other question is, I'm totally open to the concept of this, but we do have a buildings and grounds reserve fund. Would we be better off to take the line item or what are they funding this with? Unspent budget funds in whatever line item and just adjust it to roll that money into the buildings and ground reserve fund instead of just lining up more reserve funds. Am I making sense? Nobody's talking.
I think
talking to someone in a
libraries
circle.
for capital expenses for things outside of building and grounds, is that correct? But to keep it
Well-
flexible and specific for own library.
Yeah, this would be specific to the library. So things from the library budget, unspent funds from the library budget. And sometimes those could be grant funds to the library. Those could be whatever unspent funds we have. To be rolled over into this reserve fund. What has happened, and we actually talked about this last year already, you guys already, at that time agreed to it, if you recall. The whole idea of having a reserve fund for the library, but then it didn't make it on the warning last year, which is why we're sort of doing it all over again. But you guys already did discuss whether there should be a library reserve fund, and at that time, you agreed with that there should be a library, but it never did make it out. So, Yeah, this would be specific to the library or funds that we have not expended within the fiscal year that are probably, or are funds that are already, in many cases, gonna already be, for a certain project. That either we couldn't get the contractor paperwork fast enough, or, because that's happened to us over and over again. Where we have a project, we have the funds, and then it can't get done within the fiscal year. So this is why we wanted to have a reserve fund, so that those funds could roll over for whatever project it is into the next year without having to make a specific request of the board. Can you, roll over these funds? Because we've had to do that many times, come and ask to roll over funds for a certain project. So this was just trying to sort of avoid having to piece by piece every time, project by project request, having to roll over certain funds.
I just want to get it out there. I wasn't disagreeing with the idea. I was asking a question of the board because we have reserve funds every year. Library is one of the few without one. I'm not against it. It was
I
just.
just wanted to give you some context.
And
why
you
we're
want
talking
it to
about
be,
again.
I mean, the idea of unspent funds in what line?
In what line of our budget?
Yes,
It's usually building, what is it?
just the building and
Maintenance, building capital expense, It's usually the line that's from.
So here's another question, which I think would perhaps give you flexibility, more flexibility. And that would be to add into this language, unspent funds.
from X line.
Yeah. And I would encourage you to think about how you want to do that. I mean, the Historical Society, I believe, has unspent bottom line, basically. Not a particular line item, and also a specific line that includes, that's a reserve fund line. So if you had a specific line item in the budget that says X amount of dollars for the reserve fund, that would give you flexibility in the future to propose a sum of money to go into the library reserve fund.
I think doesn't the wording say, allow to say something, says something.
To be controlled by the library for the purpose of offsetting future, to be funded by unspent budget funds. Or by any appropriation. What? Yeah, it's not unspent budget funds, I guess it's all.
I think you can work out the wording, but I think there's really two parts here. One, there's like an agreement from the board and the library about what it should say. And then two, Rosemary asked for a motion to get it on the warning. That's Rosemary's request and the library's request as well. And we can tackle one of those tonight. But the wording, I think, is going to, sounds like, I really think Duncan has some good points there, that it should be defined either as bottom line or as a, and there also needs to be an amount to go in initially, right? That's also for the warning. And I think establishing those three things, like whether it's bottom line, which accounts, and how much to go in to start it, should be defined before the language is worked out. But there's time to do that, is I guess the point.
Yeah. Also, just one more thing, just context wise, in the past, the select board has had some questions about unspent grant funds that we have. It goes back like 2 years or something like that, and we thought this would be another way to make it easier, more transparent, if those unspent grant funds then went also at the end of the year into this reserve.
So that would suggest the possibility of your unexpended bottom line budget.
Yeah, maybe.
Because your grant funds would be automatically included in those bottom line figures.
Yeah,
To be funded by any unexpended funds from allocated to the library, or however you would say that.
Yeah, and again, it's fairly typical to have, and like you've got in here, or appropriations or donations, my suggestion would be to add or by line item. Because if you do, and you don't have to put it in, but it gives you the flexibility at some point in the future to put a number in it. The budget can end up with a line item that says grant, library reserve fund. It can be zero funded, you know, until you decide you might.
That's the conservation commissions, right? They were zeroed out for years.
Yeah,
Correct me if I'm probably wrong, Lois.
No,
The conservation commission has a line item for their reserve fund in our budget. Correct?
We have a conservation reserve fund, which is separate from our. conservation
Yeah,
fund.
but it has a line item in our budget. That's how money is. spent.
that's how money could get into it. It
Uh,
typically hasn't, but.
If you want a motion,
just a second, I got a question. When you read that state statute, you said ultimate control basically is the select, correct?
It says under the control and direction of the legislative branch of the municipality.
Which is us.
Which is us.
Okay, so if it to be controlled by the library or the library trustee, in that case, would the select board be advocating some of our responsibility by allowing people to do it themselves?
My thought is that the wording of the article, which gives them the control of the fund, is not consistent with statute, so I don't think we can do it.
Yeah, me neither.
Right. But it sounds like we're just asking for a placeholder on the town meeting warning right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Details of wording to be worked out. And I think Duncan's point is valid to your point,
so
you know, so.
just for, I guess, planning like long-term. You don't want money for buildings and grounds in the future to come from the buildings and grounds reserve fund. You want them to come from this. That question comes to me because like we're funding the building and grounds reserve fund, but if we're funding a separate reserve.
I think if you separate those, it's two different files, and what they want is a new place for unexpended funds to sit. So the town raised taxes, they raised $100, they spent 50, they want to put $50 in, so next year they get $150 to do X project, or because they know that they're gonna do something, but they need to save up for it, or I think it's for planning in perpetuity. I mean, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Well, I don't like the business about improving something and then going back and straightening it out. I'd like to see something done right up front. So I mean, if you're gonna continue down this route, I will probably have a vote against it.
How could we be vague enough? Would the board make a motion to include an article in the warning or or a library reserve fund with wording to be determined in the future?
I
Is that vague enough? I still don't understand why we need a motion for this, but we don't get a motion for every other article.
I think if you satisfy Rosemary's wish, just make a motion to direct Rosemary to leave a placeholder for the library. Then it satisfies Rosemary's need, they know that they don't need to petition, and we, at that. We can't get wording to agree on, we can't get an article anyway, so that there's still a stop sign in the future. But there's a go sign for them and there's a go sign for Rosemary, which is.
Yeah, I mean, I think the uncertainty is,
Control.
well, that and there's a limited time frame for what. If the select board doesn't agree to put it in the warning, you guys have the ability to petition it to go in the warning. And then it's out of our control. Whatever you petition for, that specific language goes in the warning. Period. So it's, you know, I think the advantage of us agreeing to do it is you don't have to go out and do a petition.
No.
The risk you run is if we screw up somehow, you know, if you have the petition, it's not a choice, it goes in the warning. That has to
But it would be nice that the petition have language that's legal.
Well, it would, yeah, and you know, I guess a little bit of a question for me to you guys is. The way the article's wording gives, you know, the draft is worded, gives the library trustees control over the reserve fund. My suggestion on reading the statute is that's not envisioned within the statute, so the reserve fund would typically be under the control and direction of the select board. So you'd come to us and say, can we use the reserve fund? And we say, yes, go ahead.
Right, I think we've discussed this lots of times before, that under state statute, the library board of trustees, as an elected board of trustees, has control over the monies designated for the library. Remember, we discussed this before, and I brought in the statute and everything and read it to you guys.
When you get a legal, I just reach out to VLCT. I mean, I think the language and ruling is gonna be, I don't know if we're gonna agree on that, right? Like, there's a lot of them. But it's just like, are we gonna put a placeholder in, or they need to put a petition, it's a question.
I threw out the idea to the board for a motion.
I like your idea.
You're gonna need to restate it, because we covered a lot of work and I wouldn't expect Donna to remember it.
Can you restate it and I'll make it? You said it so well.
I would entertain a motion to add an article into the warning that'll have to be approved for a library reserve fund with wording to be determined.
I'll second that.
No, that wasn't a motion.
I mean, I'll make the
Make
motion.
that motion.
So moved, yes.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
I think it is still a good idea. You raised good and valid points. I'm not 100% sure. I think one of the questions has always been, is the library a public library under statute, or is it something else? It's an interesting
It's a
animal.
municipal library.
Under the control of the select board.
Yeah, I think the language regarding reserve funds is pretty specific. I don't know that you are the legislative branch of the municipality.
I think the same problem happens with schools, because schools don't have a mechanism to raise taxes. And the same reason that trustees don't have a mechanism to raise taxes, which is why the reserve fund falls to the select board. But I do think this has been done before, where reserve funds, where you can take that money and just like you allocate it to a reserve fund, you're allocating it to the trustees under their control. So you're saying, okay, we said you can have this money, but that's why there's something, because more so.
You think?
2 years ago, they just went through this, and so it's been worked out. We just have to get that legal advice.
And that's, so I'm suggesting that what you're suggesting of getting a legal opinion on that is a good idea.
It's really.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's probably gonna be funded with town tax money, which would fall under treasurer. Which would be the purview of the board. Maybe that's just my read. Any further discussion?
At the end of the day, it's not that hard to get a petition either.
5% of the voters, is that?
120 people or something.
No, it's less.
I mean,
16.
And well, maybe, all I know is
interested voters.
Yeah,
I've gotten plenty of petitions filled out. If we really want to take control of it,
it would still bring into question the legal portion of it.
right, because.
Take the vote, Mr. Chairman.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Yeah.
And the ayes have it. So Rosemary has her motion, but that still doesn't answer my question, Tom. Does Rosemary need a motion for every article that we want to include in the warning? Because there was a
For this,
previous group of people that asked for a reserve fund.
it was very specific about this one.
Okay,
And, you know, the warning is the select board's warning
Yes,
for town meeting, so it's our warning. In fairness to Rosemary, she has typically prepared a draft of the warning because she's got it in her computer.
yeah,
And it has, you know, it has the terms and all those things in it, but ultimately it's this select board's warning for town meeting.
So question, how do we move on from here? We've been responsive to Rosemary, which is what I wanted to do.
we'll look at the warning at a different meeting
Yeah, okay.
and probably have this whole conversation again.
Mhm. But then,
And I
we'll-
won't remember any of it.
but then we'll know things, right?
Tom's gonna get a legal opinion.
I think it'd be really useful to get that legal opinion ASAP. And as you point out, Mark, if there's any question about it, you know, we can agree to put it in, the library trustees have the right to petition. Or any citizen has the right to petition
All
an
right,
article to go into the warning. So, you know, we can't make your decision for you. You guys need to decide whether or not you're comfortable with the direction of the board on this, or you want to seek your own petition. That's,
Yeah.
you know, we can't make that decision for you. You have to do that yourselves.
All right. That was complicated.
we've got a placeholder.
Industrial park, standing item. Guess there's nothing more, but we do have Mike wanted to have a conversation about the industrial park. Part of it, and we tucked it under 11A.
You recall last meeting, we discussed whether or not
You're
we
talking 11.
should or should not have.
Agenda on the packet on that.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
After last meeting, at last meeting, there was a discussion about whether or not we were gonna go forward with having a section in the proposed industrial park for housing. And I think I made a statement, and others made statements that this was never discussed. And I always thought that was true, that it was never discussed. But after the meeting lapsed, Scott Meyer, Kim Dunkley got hold of me, and Kim has kind of saved everything.
I guess so.
And, she had a News and Citizen article dated May 4th, 2010. And on page 7 of that paper, it said, in one of the conceptual plans, it was also proposed that part of the property nearest Route 15 be divided into smaller lots and set up as residential area. It is hoped that by doing this, part of the property would be developed sooner and sell faster. Well, it goes on to say, you know, that the municipal administrator, Duncan Hastings, was president, and President Cliff Collins, Rugio Engineering, was also there. So, and I can kind of beg off on this because in 2010, I was in Afghanistan at this particular time. So I did not see any of this stuff, and I was not privy to any discussion. So I want to change my views on residential in the municipal or in the industrial park. And so I think that should be included. Evidently on our 16th meeting, we're going to have a meeting from the state treasurer from Randall to discuss this. And I believe that the state treasurer probably has more to do to come to Johnson and try to convince us to have residential in this industrial park. So I would like to move forward and add that on to the process in the Act 250 to include residential housing.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
So you're absolutely right. And that article, as far as it goes, is also accurate. It was a conceptual plan. There were a couple conceptual plans, and that was one of them. The select board ultimately decided not to go with the conceptual plan for residential housing and to turn that lot into commercial light industrial or light industrial commercial. So while you're absolutely right that the initial public hearing talked about that, a future select board, and at some point, there's probably another article talking about the fact that the select board did not go forward with the conceptual plan for housing in there and had it be.
But they was talked about that, there never was any talk about that, which is not true.
No, I don't think I ever said.
No, but there had been talk, and I think I even mentioned it myself. But I never heard it, and so now I heard it. Well, now that the talk was there, and I agree with Mark that 10 years down the road, let's say, by chance, if we don't sell all the lots and we've got a lot left over, and if we do the legwork now, it'd be much easier to turn that into residential. So I don't see any problem with doing an addendum to that.
just to keep the door open to that possibility. Not necessarily lock us in at this point to saying, yes, we would or wouldn't, but to keep the door open to that possibility.
That's fine with me.
Yeah,
To not lock us out.
to not lock us out. And, given all of the unknowns that we've got going on right now, with grocery stores and housing shortages and everything else, I think it would be foolish not to leave the door open to discussing all possible options.
Right.
My greater concern about all of this is that I think representations were made at numerous public meetings, including the one where the property was actually purchased, that the lot was going to be used for light industrial commercial. And I don't think they talked about residential development at that time. And I've had a number of people say to me that they would not support. We had people at the bond meeting.
There were people that supported it and people that didn't.
There was a strong public.
Had I known about this paper, I would have probably been a little different during that meeting.
I think the question is, Duncan, that I'm curious, your opinion. It sounds like there's a possibility of, as Peter was saying, of just not closing the door on the possibility. So that, because it sounds like if we head down fully light industrial with our grant process, the possibility of ever having residential there, if the future select board or the town wanted it, it would be much more difficult. Is that your sense that's my sense from a visit with Randall, that if we're gonna have that door cracked, now is the time to have the possibility on the table.
Public opinion.
Wait, I wanna hear.
Excuse me.
Is that wrong on my part? Is that sense from Randall that if we ever envision there being an apartment complex or something there, whatever, now is the time to keep that grant door open?
Yeah, I also think that he was fairly careful to say that there's no guarantee that such a notion would be acceptable or approved by the NBRC folks.
Right. Because I remember him using the word equivocating, which means basically, I'm not answering that question, Mark.
Yeah,
This doesn't commit us to anything, though.
Well, again,
There was, from what I remember from the bond hearing, a relatively strong presence from the public that they did not want housing there.
And
And-
some people in fact saying they would
That
not
they would-
support the bond
they
vote
would-
if it was.
Vote against it
involve housing.
if there was housing going in there. And I understand that this has been a long process. You just referenced an article from 2010. We didn't even own the property then. Did we have the option
I don't know.
at that point? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
All previous conversations are important. This is the first real opportunity, and we needed voter backing to get the money to even pull down the federal grant. And there were several people there that said they would not support it if there's housing. This
And-
is, in essence, backhanded to change our mind down the road after they
We're not-
approved
we're not changing our
$590,000.
We're not changing our mind.
Not changing our mind a bit.
We,
You know,
we can take into consideration all of the public feeling about that when there's actually a point in time when that needs to be, when that option needs to be exercised. But I don't know if it's the right option or not. You know, I voted for the light industrial park. I wasn't thinking housing at all at that point. So I'm not opposed to the industrial park. I'm just feeling that even for those folks who spoke against housing, that we would be doing everybody a favor to keep the town's options open. And, you know, we can choose to do a public opinion poll and find out how the voters of Johnson really feel about it and follow that direction or not. I mean, you know, it's just leaving the options open. And boy, do we need options.
Everybody finished? Are you speaking on this again, Mr. Chairman?
You're good?
I'm done. I'm done.
Public opinion can change with a snap of a finger. So you can have a public opinion today and then next week it's different. You know, 10 years down the road, we sell 4 of the lots, we just can't sell the other one, right? Public opinion might be there then, well, sell it, put some houses there. That's what public opinion could be then. All we wanted is available. Kind of in the queue. So if it does something we can do with it, it's available without reinventing the wheel. And as far as being underhanded, I don't think so. I think we are elected to do the bidding of the people, and they understand that their opinions can change, just like ours can change. So I would have approached this a whole lot different if I had had that article in my hand 2 or 3 months ago. And I'd have mentioned it at the meeting.
To move this along, I'm just gonna poll the temperature here. I think I know yours, Peter, but you might as well say it.
Sure. I am in favor of whatever change we need to make to keep our options open.
Can I just clarify that would involve, I think, from what Randall told us,
Mhm.
that would involve a request to the NBRC folks
That they could
to
deny.
amend our application to include the possibility of housing.
Mhm.
And if they say no, we're moving on.
That's it. Then the door's shut.
That's fine with me.
Mark, I know how you feel, but you can state it for record.
I've been beating this horse a long time. Yeah, I think we should, as Duncan mentioned, we should ask Randall to change our application.
Going out of turn, I'm against it. We can all voice our opinion.
For it.
You've been pretty clear. I'll let you go last. You
I
wouldn't be the first to say for it or against it.
well, I will say that at that meeting, I was in favor of going with the plan that allowed for some housing. But given the subsequent discussions by the people that I represent, I would have a hard time going against that at this point in time, so I'd be an A.
All right, so
Like we're.
for clarity, who is reaching out to Randall to ask him to see if NBRC is willing to accept an amendment?
I believe it would have to be an amendment to our initial grant application. Because our initial grant application specifically said putting the infrastructure in for light
And
industrial
if they
commercial.
are not susceptible to the amendment, we're not rocking the boat, correct?
Absolutely.
Still didn't answer who's reaching out to Randall to explain this.
Well, he's gonna have the state treasurer here on the 16th to talk about housing. So let the state treasurer take care of it.
Yeah, but
No, somebody from. the
No,
select-
it's
He's not,
It's
we
not
need to
that.
make a formal, I'll do it if you
Yes, I
want,
know.
Evan.
huh?
I'll do it if you want. I've been working with Randall on
Yeah.
industrial park issues.
I'm trying to remember, Luke Willie was here and he said he needed to know if the door was being left open before Act 250, but we had just approved NEPA funds, so there's more than just NBRC that needs to know.
Well, I mean, yeah, the difficulty as I brought up, so if everybody remembers the plan, lot one actually has 5 smaller sublots
For the cul-de-sac.
in it with a cul-de-sac at the end. So that was the original imagine possible location for residential. Part of the reason for that was it's a little bit separated from the rest of the park. It's a little bit closer to Route 15 and possible services. So actually in my mind, that would be the best place for the shopping center, but that's,
I agree.
that's just me.
Yeah,
Grocery store.
but it's not engraved in stone what lot would be for housing anyway.
Well,
I mean, the permitting.
it is engraved in stone. If we go for an Act 250 permit, that's I think what you're getting at. Luke Willie's thought was that lot is already subdivided into 5
Right.
smaller lots. So that would make an ideal lot to do residential housing. My comment was, if you're talking about high density apartment condo type development,
Right.
that's a whole different thing than 5 individual.
That's completely different than 5 single-family homes.
It's
Right.
completely different. You got a completely different water and wastewater requirement. Traffic impact's gonna be different, the whole 9 yards. It's a different ballgame and it makes for a different Act 250 application. So if that's what we wanna go for,
But I would like to see the shopping center there, just like you would.
well, I would
But I
think,
don't think asking Randall to file an amendment is the death knell it just keeps that option on the table. It doesn't say,
For the grant funds, sure, but if the design and Act 250 permit don't line up, what's the future board gonna do? Pay $100,000 in fees and studies?
if we get 8 or 9 or 10 years down the road and we haven't sold the last lot, then we're gonna have to go back for an Act 250 amendment to propose residential development in that undeveloped lot. So to me, that's the time to do it, is then.
why did I get the impression that now is the time to keep the door open now?
I think,
From Randall's equivocations.
I think the only reason for that is the length of time, and I can't answer it for sure, but the grant from NBRC carries some length of obligation with it. And I don't know whether that's 10 years or 20 years or what it is. I wish Randall were available and on the phone.
Well,
But I don't.
Well, you have the sense of the board, talk to Randall, and if Randall says you guys are out of your mind,
He says, Mark, you're crazy,
yeah,
let us know.
Well, it seems to me that 3 of you voted to amend the
yes,
grant
we did,
application, so.
yeah, but at the same time,
but not if it's gonna be a big sticking a wrench in the works either. It's something relative. I think the sense of the 3 of us probably is that if it's relatively simple and not costly, then we would go forward with it. But if it's gonna stick a wrench in the works and possibly slow up the whole process, I'm not interested in doing that. And I don't want to speak for you two, but I don't think you are either,
No, but I want to keep the door open if
if
possible.
we can, without any cost.
Okay, I think I understand what you're. I mean, I think it can be answered fairly quickly by a phone call from Randall
Yeah,
to
I agree.
the NBRC folks to say, what are the options? Is this doable?
Right.
yeah.
And if they come back and say, you can submit an application if you want, but we aren't gonna approve it, or there's gonna be 72 different hoops you gotta jump through, I'll come back to you and say,
Yeah,
And it'll be over.
what do you think?
yeah,
Just
fire,
gonna continue tomorrow.
feel free to fire an email off to the board. I mean, if Randall can do this week, which I would guess he could.
He's in Italy, I don't know.
Oh, you're right, he's a, on a food tour.
I think that you could probably reach out directly to Chris Saunders and just, is this an option? If so, how do we do it?
Without stepping on toe, I think you have the sentiment of the board.
Okay. Where are we?
Thank you for giving me a hearing.
Okay, no problem.
Let's go.
Our next item was an addition. It's the RFP for the AC unit repairs for the town office. Would the board like to weigh in on the RFP that Tom sent out, or have him send it out and come back with a proposed?
Sent it out a couple of weeks ago. I revised it today to take away the maintenance piece of it, so this is just an install or repair. Figured we could sort out maintenance later.
I mean, we could hold it for 2 weeks if that's what the board wants. I don't think that's a make or break, but I don't see the harm in putting it out there, but it's
I
up
want
to
to get that number. This is just a budgeting, right? And I think we have two big things coming up. It's gonna should come up with budget talk. We have the clock tower, that's gonna be 30 to 50,000. We have 50% of that. We have this, the HVAC system here, 50,000 of the first double quote. Well, 25,000 of that. We're gonna have to, we wanna know this number to see if we have the money this year to pay for it before July 1st. Or do we have to wait for the HVAC system and budget for it? So we kind of need this as soon as possible.
You're talking $50,000?
That's what they said.
Man, what?
units aren't
And
cheap.
that's just for the AC units?
No, that
Well, they-
was for, when I said we already have ductwork in place. If you look at the RFP, there's a mandatory site visit just for that reason, because. I think the most affordable option will actually be heat pump, monitors, wall monitors. And then using the existing heat system as a backup.
What do you mean wall monitors?
You know, those pads, there's like. There's
Like
like
a standard heat pump.
No,
a heat pump on the wall.
Ductless heat pumps.
Yeah, but they
and
could
then
just
also-
put a ducted heat pump in right there.
I guess those are really expensive and not efficient for the whole building. But anyways, I guess this is what the RFP is for, right? Like, this is a all phone.
And a big expense is the new refrigerants.
Yes.
Because they're getting rid of 410A.
Yeah.
I think that's end of life, turn of the year. They're going with P4L or whatever. Essentially, it's propane. They might not even go with the heads, because there might be too much propane in the line for the space to be publicly safe. And it's all a lot of fun with heat pumps.
So
The question is, I wanted a price for repairing the existing system. We still don't have that. Replacing the existing system with a light AC unit or a whole new HVAC system. And that's the best cost. We have a very functional propane heat system that probably is gonna last a long time. It's just the AC that does not work.
And the question's just about putting out the RFP. The board could say, put it out with somebody's graces, or just put it out, or hold off for 2 days. If there's no comment, have Tom put it out with, there's options. I don't see any harm in putting it out myself, but I'm just one member.
I don't see harm either.
All right, so how about we do this, Tom? if you don't hear from any board member by end of day tomorrow, send it Wednesday morning. I mean, you're not gonna hear from me, but.
I'd make a motion right now to send it.
I'll second it.
All right, there's a motion, and a second, further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
All right.
I guess there's your answer.
Either,
All right, item number. Whichever you want to go by, it's either 11 or 12.
website redesign?
The village has proposed to go in with the town on the vendor that we have selected for website redesign. But they would prefer to pay 25%, not 50%. What would the board like to do?
I move the town just go on their own and the village can take care of themselves.
Was that a formal motion?
Yes.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion purposes.
All right, further discussion.
I completely agree that their content might not be 50%, but I think their usage is perhaps more than 50%. Yeah.
Do hang out with them.
So I don't buy the argument that that they contribute 20%.
25.
Was it, did you get them up to 25?
They offer 25.
Okay. I don't buy that either. I mean, to me, it's a 50-50 deal. If they want to participate, it's at 50%. If they don't, I'm totally with you.
Well, are you gonna amend his motion? His motion is, let's do it on our own. Are you gonna amend it to say if they agree to 50%?
Would you be amenable to a?
I don't even, to tell you the truth, I think the town ought to have their own website and the village ought to have their website. We're the town of Johnson, we're not the village of Johnson. I'm gonna stick with mine.
And you seconded it.
I know, but if Duncan were to make a motion and somebody else were to second.
All right.
An amendment,
So yours is cut bait. Right? There's no further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
And the ayes have it.
So who voted yes and who voted?
Peter and Mark and Mike voted aye. And Duncan voted in the.
So separate website.
100%.
100%.
Town's got one, village got one.
Done. That was the motion.
That's correct.
That was the second. That was. Could you, as a courtesy, reach out or send an email to Eric just saying the town is, you could send him the motion from tonight if you want, whatever.
We have this, there will be, I spoke with Alyssa today, who's our webmaster, maybe. She's been stepping in just to help here and there. Our web posting is up in like 2 weeks. It's a couple $100, and I don't know that we've been waiting for this decision from the village to move forward in setting up the new website. So I think we're gonna have to pay money to extend the website to then take down, unfortunately.
but it's $200, you're saying.
It's not much, yeah.
So
Should
we're,
we make a motion to authorize the expenditures needed to get the new website running?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, I think it's 4,800 was I don't have the numbers in front of me. Just, that would allow us to just move forward with the web.
didn't we already authorize it? I guess we authorized it
Yeah.
contingent upon the village paying 50%.
Did we?
Yeah, we voted,
Well, we voted on a vendor. I don't know that we voted on a price.
I voted no because we didn't have actually a specific price.
I should get that price for you for the next meeting.
So you can have a price in front of us in 2 weeks.
And that'll be timely.
I think so, and I think there's just gonna be a slight cost of doing business of a couple $100 to extend ours. There's gonna be, just to make sure that we don't have any downtime. And we are obligated by the new state law to have a website.
I think it makes sense to extend ours because my experience with tech is it always takes longer than you think. You know,
I don't, is the village gonna have to go get a domain, or are they just gonna give them our website? But we would have the town of Johnson domain because of
This
the
would be-
municipality.
A good question, Charles and I touched on it very briefly. You are allowed to have .gov. So we could go to the state and get at townofjohnson.gov. If we wanted to have that for us, and they could have townofjohnson.com, we would have to change our emails.
Why would they have town though?
I think that's a better question.
Well, it's a designated licensed domain name.
Yeah.
So my thought would be, we continue with the town of Johnson.com and tell them they need to get a new one.
Absolutely right.
Well, I have to probably give them X number of days notice, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
And. right.
just me, I think we
Yeah.
make it peaceful. I think you,
Yeah, I don't think
You don't
anybody
need-
wants to create hardship. Maybe we're getting too much into the weeds.
Yeah.
right.
Well, as long as you're aware that it's not gonna happen overnight, we're probably gonna share for 6 months, even though our website is up and running. We probably wouldn't have to wait to close ours down till the village has theirs up. Because they have the same obligation that we have to have a website.
Yeah,
and then, I mean, they don't ultimately need to change their email address.
Yeah, I did ask to Alyssa today, Eric saw this tonight, and he asked about it. He asked about emails and that because we use an outside server, Outlook, and we pay the tech group to handle it, it's not through our website. They could maintain, it would be awkward because it's the village manager at Town of Johnson, but it's been awkward for however many years, and so they can maintain those emails for as long as they need to until they start their own. I think for them, they just need to get a new website that will have application for it.
yeah.
And just outside the box thinking, I'm sure I could reach out to Town Web about maybe having a link on the new website that takes you to the old one. I'm sure there's ways you can do it without shutting them down, right? That they keep them live as long as.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, it should be noted for the record that I'm not trying to be argumentative with the village. But I firmly believe we have talked about trying to consolidate stuff and being fully owned by one entity or another. And I think this is one of the first things that we can do is to have our own website, because every time we get involved with joint properties, it's always a problem somewhere along the line. Very inefficient. If we have to do anything at all, we have to get their consensus, we have to give them hours, and we have to go back and forth. I think owning our own website is a whole lot cleaner. And this is the beginning of divesting ourselves of joint ownership.
All right. Anybody else got anything else for the website? I think we know it'll be a while process, and there's no ill intent anywhere. It's just. All right, our next item is review and approve the Better Roads Grant BBR 1254 and authorize signature delegation. Alan has a suggested motion in his packet.
Move to authorize the board chair or the town administrator to sign the Better Backroads Grant BBR 1254 and sign all future forms required for reimbursement.
Motion is second. Is there any further discussion?
How big a grant is it?
$8,100.
That's what I thought.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
All right.
All those opposed? And the ayes have it. Next item, Loire Valley Rail Trail Community Fund Grant Application Review and Approval and authorize signature delegation. That's two motions to it. But this,
This was from Doug Moldy slightly. It sounds like the grant isn't ready to go out quite yet, but they need authority to apply for it.
and a letter of support, right?
That's the second one, yeah.
Yeah.
I would make a motion for clarity's sake to authorize the board the community economic development specialist to prepare and submit any associated paperwork with the grant. And authorize he or the board chair to sign all future forms required for reimbursement. So in other words, I'm suggesting that this should be something that the community economic development specialist does, because he started working with the Loyal Valley Rail Trail Group and is familiar with all of the details regarding the grant application. Just makes sense to me to have him do it.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yes,
Really?
I have an e-bike that I plug into an outlet.
How dare you? What makes the electricity on the other side of that outlet?
Probably the electric co-op coming from Hydro-Quebec, but neither here nor there. Does anybody have any idea what this entails? An electric bike charge, is this like a multiple strip of where 20 bikes can line up, and who's paying the electric bill? And
You know, I did not ask those questions, but I do have some concerns. And maybe about town property and village property. And that's another, just talking about divesting, is there another location that's owned by the town that the town puts their bike charger on?
right next to this dead car charger.
Or,
It's joint property.
or do we get, like, how do we clean that up? I don't know what the answer is, but it's in the spirit of clean boundaries. How do we do that?
Have you ever seen an electric bike charging station?
No.
They're magical things.
You had an e-bike, have you ever seen
I
it?
plug it into the wall.
How dare you?
This is a terrible thing to say, I see electric outlets around that everybody else in the world is using for other reasons.
Well, I have a suspicion that this, I don't know, but I have a suspicion that this panel has, you don't need to bring your charger with you. It's all set up. You just plug in, and there's a couple of different, there's only so many styles of plug for the batteries, but I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Me neither.
At the cost of that thing, it plugs itself.
Doug Mulvey
As
did
full as-
say he was home tonight if we want to call him and ask any specific
$38,000 for
questions.
steps?
I think it's a
No.
great idea, it's just.
Oh, 24,000 is the back charger. Or the bike charger.
I'm thinking about it. I don't think it's a good idea really anyway, because it takes hours to charge an electric battery back up.
But they might go
They-
over to the coffee shop.
They might be,
go to the
that's
restaurant.
the whole point.
It's an upright power strip.
They're gonna stay there all day long.
I don't know the answer to that, but I have a suspicion, that's another thing about this charging pack, is it's a quicker charger. The one that I've got is like 1.3 amps or something, takes 8 hours to
Yeah, it
charge.
takes all
But
night.
the truth is, your charger is set up for your battery. And your battery can only just take so much at a time through that chip in there. So it's not like a fast charger that they have on cars, I don't think.
I don't,
It's
I
a
don't
totally
know,
different concept.
I don't know.
Well, we're getting into the weeds.
I'd be
I'm
looking it
gonna
up.
vote no against it, even though I second. I've decided, I've
That's fine.
decided
All right.
it's a waste of time.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Recreation economy.
All of those opposed,
Nay,
and the ayes have it.
You can change your mind for the next meeting.
well, no, I seconded it to get it for discussion.
I would
Just like
suggest
you did
that,
a few minutes ago.
I should
There's also a request to have a letter of support signed.
yes, and I would make a second motion to authorize again, the community economic development specialist and or the select board chair to draft a letter of support to be signed by the chair.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
All of those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay,
All right, we skipped further discussion on
Think
that.
the vandalism is gonna be one of these things.
Are you kidding? At the price of that thing, there's no way to vandalize it. Not happening.
We're moving. You could be electrocuted.
Just for
Money again.
that bike charging station cost $10,000 more than my first new car.
Cost more than my first house.
Yeah, same here.
Cost more than Scott Meyer's house cost me.
Okay. Next item is policy reorganization. Was there a recommended motion for that? Tom, do you wanna take that away?
There was no, I'm just looking, this is something I sent out and I didn't suggested an agenda item. But I just would like the board to either authorize, give me the authority to go look for interns who are available. To go through all our old policies and find which ones are the most current. That's really our problem is when you go on our server, you have 5,000 documents and you don't know which one is the most accurate. And that's been very hard last year. And so I think if we can just have one person or try to reach out to Rosemary to see if she can delegate one of her staff. But if we can get all the stuff together, so in one binder, we have the most current policy in paper form. On the server, we have one folder of the current policy, and then on the website, we go through and we update all the most current policy. And then we can maintain it going forward, but right now, we're at a point of like this organization. Let's clean it up.
There was, at some point, my second year on the board,
You got an ordinance and policy book.
Binder.
yeah, but I don't know who printed it out or where it came. I was still young. I'm still young.
Student gave me mine.
Just recently you got one?
No, that was years ago.
Oh, okay.
So I think Tom's looking for conceptual support of organization.
Can I ask a question? Would this be a paid intern or a free intern?
Well, I don't even know if there's an even intern available. My thoughts would be either Julia using her administrative portion of her time for the town, or I'm willing to do it, but then you know that that's what I'm doing, and not doing other things, or just have me spend half an hour to an hour looking for opportunities and then applying for them. But
Well, a college student couldn't do it for part of their.
I think that's what my goal is. If we can tag in for this next semester, we might be able to get a UVM intern with their public administration degree. That they have an online program and we might be able to get somebody to at least to give them server access so they can do it remotely. Is my thought.
Can I make a suggestion before we go down that road? And which would be that Susan, at one point in time, had all of the policies, ordinances of the town and village on her computer. And when there was a new board member, she printed out a book of all of the ordinances and policies for the town and village. Could we just check with Susan first to make sure she doesn't already have it?
Absolutely.
She did.
Yeah, I'm all for a free intern, but if Susan has it and it's problem solved, that would be really cool.
I mean, I've asked for a lot of policies over this last year, and there's 2 binders down there that are not current. Those are the only binders that remain, maybe it's because of the flood, looking after. And then I've asked about the current policies, and then they come in like Word form, like you have a Word document of our most current policy. Like, wait a minute, that's not right. There's just something.
Right, there should be a signed
Exactly. And it's just,
scanned.
and that's from Susan. So I think we could probably get 85% of it historical, but then everything from like 2000, whenever forward, we just need somebody to comb through it and say what is what and start off fresh.
I'll tell you another thing that I think is a mess, and it's. I got the probably the same one you did. I got it from Brian.
Yeah.
And if you look at the policy with regard to the issuance of right-of-way permits, there's like 5 different policies in that one section. I look at it and I don't know what the hell to do with it. and if I don't know what the hell to do with it, what's the average citizen gonna say when they look at that and say, how do I apply for, a right-of-way access permit?
Right,
It's
yeah.
a friggin' mess. It really is. And some of that we may have to clean up. Some of that may be, policies that we need to make clear about how to do it.
Yeah, there might be some work for us there.
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of retroactive approvals, if we can't find signed copies, but that's easy, we can make it fit.
That's interesting. Where, so like, we approve a policy or an ordinance which has a whole gamut to it, right? But we actually sign a copy. Where's that signed copy go?
It usually goes to the custodian of documents. I used to record them in the vault. Here they print them, they scan them, they put them on the server. That's just 6 of one, half dozen of the other. And when you go into that server file, it's every draft, every version, and every unsigned PDF and every signed PDF. And it just, there's like hundreds of policies. It just needs somebody to like say, okay, these are all procurement policies, and then have one folder that's like, this is the official policy.
The one that we signed.
Yeah, and there should be, when I used to do it, I did the final draft. The board signed the final draft, and I also put in a sheet that said, it was advertised in the News and Citizen on this date. It was, put a copy of the public hearing notice. And then I gave those to Rosemary. I don't know if she still has them or not, but.
I've started everything new since I've been here. I have my own policy folder with everything you're talking about. I don't have the date of that it went in the News and Citizen. I just had the email coming back from the News and Citizen saying it was published. But it's like that should be like a simple thing that we should always hold on to, and then when you get a new one, erase and replace.
Yeah.
And like with a supersede date,
Your suggestion of recording them, either in a policy book or, and if they're recorded and put in the vault somewhere, then there's no question going forward, they're there.
Yeah,
So
are
that's,
they locatable?
what's that?
Are they locatable?
They would be, because they would be on, they'd be on the electronic search,
yeah.
engine that, people use.
Okay.
Oh, like the land
Yeah.
record.
Yeah, essentially, it's
yeah.
not a land record per se, but it would be recorded in the same fashion.
And your
Oh,
search feature, when you search procurement on the website, it would auto pop.
Huh.
And then you.
Without, it's interesting stuff. I'm geeking out here and going down a rabbit hole. I think consensus of the board is they support organization and updating the website. But not with paid interns. It's kind of-
Or you being sucked into this for the rest of your life. I don't want him spending.
Yeah, this is a good administrative task for somebody like Lydia or something.
Yeah, cause otherwise,
I have no context either, so it's gonna take me 5 times longer than it will Susan, who has the historical context
Yeah.
to know about when it happened.
All right, is the board generally?
yeah,
Just a temperature check there.
Yeah, just so you know what's happening, because it's a big project, but it's gonna make their life so easy.
Okay.
efficiency we like and free interns we like almost as much.
Well, they really should be locatable on the website too. And, thank you for sending that TSA ordinance. There was a more recent one than that, but
There's my point of that, like
Yeah, it should be locatable.
Yeah.
It's like-
one of them was TSSA old, TSSA amended, it was just.
Yeah, that's tough.
Well, efficiency is good.
All right, next item is the budget update. Questions for the board on that packet.
The budget.
Tom, that's a printout.
is this where we talk about the need to possibly have a meeting dedicated to budget only?
That's where I tucked it in, 2 or 3 of them.
I think it's absolutely necessary to, Tom, I guess my question would be, and the rest of the board too. I've been through the draft. I have a number of questions. Should I give you those questions, or do we talk about that in a
I would
budget meeting, or how do you want, what's the best way to do it? I want to make it as efficient as possible for everybody, so.
I think if board's okay, if everybody could email their questions and say I get 50 of them. I'll put them on a memo like this and everybody sees them before the meeting, so you have time to think about them. I have time to do the research to answer them if they're answerable, but then when we get to the meeting, it's more efficient. Or if we bring it up at the meeting, then we kind of, go off on a tangent. If you could, I think we're gonna have 1,000 questions before the end of it. It's just, how do we do that? How do we get into a central place where we all see them? I think.
And some of them, if they go to you, I mean, Evan and I might have the same question on the same line item.
Yeah,
And then
Right.
instead of being two, it ends up being one.
Right.
put them all together and then
Yeah.
I'll redistribute probably on a weekly basis with the most updated budget map. If you like the format where I put the line that the question's pertinent to, so you can dig right to it, or
Mhm.
I think that's way too time consuming.
for you,
It's time consuming for you to write it.
oh, just line number?
I mean, like, at the end of the day, right, it is the select board's budget and we're gonna need to go over it. I think we're gonna need to devote some meeting time. Initial conversations were what? We're shooting for 2.5% increase. We're sitting at 7 right now. Right? And if there's no grand list growth, that's 8 cents on the tax rate,
I did
give or take. What do you mean shrinking?
run this from,
The grand list shrinks, we're looking at 10 cents on the tax rate? Is that swallowable?
I'd be pleased if the grand list stayed where it was last year.
I mean, there's some that are just high level questions that I have, but there's several. If you don't want the questions in a meeting, I can send them. I don't see harm in us going over them
Well-
quickly. But you writing out line item with a question. We need to know what that line item's for. I don't think it's fair to you to have to write a sentence about a line item when we should know.
this is
Maybe
how my
that's just
brain
me.
thinks, it's very easy for me, but I mean, like, let's do whatever works for everybody.
If you want to write it out line by line with questions, when do we get to our questions and input?
Right now, I mean, that's what this,
How is the form that you want it, and do we want to do a full meeting?
I think we should just have a dedicated meeting for the budget.
Okay,
But the question is, do you want questions emailed to you beforehand?
if, I think it would be very efficient. Some of those questions might just be you doing 10 minutes of research and then answering it, so the whole board doesn't have to be part of the process.
yeah, some of them are super high level. I can give you the high level ones pretty easily. The percent change formula is just off.
Yeah, I mean.
I mean, you can see it right there, right? We're not 185% of last year's budget on the top corner.
Yeah,
If you just shift it over to the AL and then copy that formula down,
absolutely. All those are not gonna be,
that's really,
yeah,
I mean, I did it in
so
pretty quick.
to me, I'm still in the data collection phase. So I think the question is, change percent formula, super easy.
And all the links, but you already said that.
Yeah.
There is like a lot of them.
Another one of the high level ones really is, which I think is a board discussion, is the capital budget sheet, which you have worked on. If we simply review and approve that sheet, can you import that into the workbook and
Absolutely.
establish?
Since I knew the numbers for that. Still getting information on that, capital budget too. Yeah, right.
And if we can approve the capital budget piece, a lot of those things just populate into the budget.
If the links.
If the links are there, the interest, the capital, the amount to be put in the budget for capital
And
plan.
those are things that I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna make sure things are accurate and we don't have to do that at a big meeting.
Yeah, as long as they link, like all of the supporting sheets linking
Absolutely.
would be.
I mean, that's why they're green, that's why they're green.
Yeah. We're just talking, well, they're not all of them. A lot. Another high level one is like. I just love the idea. Or I just love the process of the estimated final and year to dates, but we use that to generate a proposed surplus, right? But there's quite a few lines where our year to date spend is higher than our estimated final.
Exactly, I mean, those are to me details that'll be sorted out as we get to the final, because that here, every week, that gets copy and pasted in. And so when I sit down with somebody and I do their section, right, like last person I sat down with Rosemary. Then I go through it line by line with them, and then update, and then update, and then update. And you know, when I find the copy and paste it again, there's gonna be a point where I've done all my data collection. I'm now at my second tier of people that I'm reaching out to, actually, Lois and Susan are part of that second tier. Once their numbers come in, those smaller sections of the budget, then I'm gonna go through line by line and update and update and update. I think I just need the board to trust that that's gonna happen, rather, I mean, if you wanna, I'm happy to pick it.
No, I was just saying if we're talking high level things,
Right.
like that's I mean,
I would love to know that the ones, you said there were some cells that link in that aren't green. Knowing those specifically would be very helpful. You don't have to tell me now, you can email it later and say, you know. But
I mean, the child care tax credit. That's a like, super easy one to formulate and just link in, right?
That comes right off your salary. It's pretty cheap.
Well, it has to be added in there, but yeah, it doesn't take too long. Capital budget, all those ones. There was one in highway that wasn't shown as green. But if we're just covering high level, like those are big ones.
Now, can I focus on something that you said about not liking the fact of having to estimate the year-end tax?
You probably know what I was getting at, but yeah.
Well, so for the rest of the board, I know Tom knows this too, but for years, we have tried to estimate the year. So we're building a budget, right? We get to December, we're only 6 months into the fiscal year, so we're trying to estimate
Mhm.
how much we're actually gonna spend between December 30th and June 30th. It's a shit show.
You're trying to estimate it based on
It
data
is
from
a shit
last
show.
year,
It is
a
a
year and a
shit
half
show.
ago.
Yeah.
So the alternative to that is a couple of years ago, we executed a contract with an auditor to do annual audits. So at some point, we could actually transition from estimating the year-end spending to using an actual audited fund balance and applying that fund balance to the amount to be raised by taxes. The tickler is gonna be, we're gonna be a year off. There's gonna be 1 year where we're either not gonna allocate money that we believe we've got in reserve to reduce taxes, which is gonna make a big spike in the tax rate for that 1 year. Or we come up with some, I'm just putting it out there that I believe ultimately it would make the budgeting process a lot easier if we don't have to go through this massive exercise of trying to estimate year-end fund balance and simply use an audited fund balance. It's a known figure. There's no guesswork in it.
And they
But
would do
there's-
this, when would they audit?
And it
At the
eliminates-
end-
Well-
It's July 1st?
Yeah, but we're always gonna be a year behind. So
Yeah.
we would be budgeting last year's audited fund balance to this year's proposed tax. So in order to make that transition, there's gonna be 1 year
It's really painful.
that's either really painful or we gotta come up with a different system
We
of
just gotta
figuring
fly
out
it.
how to do it. And I don't know what that different system is. Yeah.
Rosemary and I sat down and had some talks, and we should probably bring you in on the conversation, but it's just there before she went on vacation. This might be the year to do it, and the reason is her transition.
Right.
So
Yep.
it
What we'd be looking at
would be about a 5% increase, which shows.
on top of 7. So we're looking at a 12% increase.
Right now, our final budget is 2.5 that's our desire, right? So let's just trust we're gonna get to 2.5%, 5+ on that, 7.5% increase. We're gonna get that back a year later, so it's gonna lower the next one 5%. But
People
It's a
never
painful
trust
year.
that.
and there's a reason to do it, I just can't say it out loud in public session.
Well, there's a very good reason to do it, and if for no other reason than
Yeah.
it's gonna make it so much easier going forward.
We've been.
If we can get there. And I think we're gonna have to explain that to the general public.
Do other towns do this?
Yes. Yes, and the reason we didn't do it before was we had every other year audits.
Right.
So we really had to come up with some way to figure out what our estimated year-end spending was gonna be, because it was if you remember, Mark, you remember from our budgeting,
Yeah.
when we get to the very end, the amount that we dedicate to reduce taxes from the surplus is really critical.
Oh, it's super critical.
Yeah,
It's super.
I mean, we can have a 5 or 7% increase in the budget, but if we are able to apply enough surplus to reduce taxes, it can get the tax rate impact down to that 2.5 or 3%.
I've asked that at town meeting before.
Yeah,
One.
So basically, you're talking
We've got
about
this
calendar
huge
year.
surplus.
well, you can do it with a fiscal
Yeah,
year,
it's all
but
the-
we're gonna, regardless of just timing wise for the auditor
And they would
to finish an
say,
audit
"Oh,
based on our
July.
end of our fiscal year.
But it's.
I mean, that's another possibility. Could we build into our audit RFP a requirement that the auditor provide a financial statement before December 15th on the previous,
Yeah,
on the previous year?
I think that's a
Something.
If
great.
we could just go to calendar year, that's gonna clean the whole house up.
Well,
And we'd have to have bumper quarters. A bumper half a year.
Well, one of the
Well,
things
the
I never liked
legislature
about
does budget
calendar years,
adjustment.
you're operating 3 years with no,
You make it when in
budget.
January
3
or
months with no approved budget. If your calendar year starts January 1st and your March meeting is in March,
yeah,
you're operating the first 3 years with no budget.
There's
with
no
no
3
approved
months.
budget.
A lot of times, that's why towns change, and when the budget gets voted down, just more and more, never used to happen, but now it's more and more common throughout the state. So now you're operating even longer without a budget, and so you're having certain facilities and certain services that are chosen to be shut down. And yeah, I believe you have to operate at the previous year's budgeted amount.
right. I
Yeah,
think you do.
so if you raise it 2.5%, you're stuck at your last year's budget, till it's approved. I think it's okay to do it this way. Our issue really is town meeting. If town meeting was May 15th, budgeting would be a breeze. But you have to have a budget prepared by January 15th to get the town report. For 18 months worth ahead of time, they're planning ahead, and so. If we wanted to change town meeting like the school does to May 15th, budgeting would be a breeze, because then you're voting on a budget right before the new one starts.
Do that.
Until they failed. With the recent school tax increase, I'm worried how we're looking, but maybe that's just me.
Well,
You want high level things? You kind of told us rec is gonna need a little bit of work.
Well, there's just so many unknowns. She's building in so many cool programs. Her intent to having this to be break even. But who knows if there's gonna be a startup, who knows what we're giving her as much time as possible.
My high level comment or question that turns into a comment is where's the bleeding stop? And it's not you, like, it's all committees. We're looking at increases everywhere in expense and drops in revenue. That's how we're getting to a 6.9% increase right now with this draft, and really, there's places to cut. But 6.9%, we're gonna have to cut. How much to get to 2.5?
One
Huh?
public works employee.
I was gonna say 125, but sure, but that's quite a bit.
Is there anybody approaching retirement?
Huh.
No, that's that.
Another high level, Another high level thing, 2023 numbers aren't in this sheet and I don't know where they went. Like FY 23 doesn't exist.
If you,
Yeah, on high.
the military has mandatory retirement age. Why can't we have a mandatory?
Right. 22, 24.
Well. That's.
I'm not saying it's you,
That's
this came up big for me when I looked at fuel.
We wanted to know.
We overspend on fuel habitually. And our guys do good work, and I'm not saying that they're pouring it on the ground. That's not my comment at all. But I looked at 24 and I said, wow, we overspent by what? $30,000. I looked at 25. Wow, we're on pace to overspend. What do we do in 23? It's not there, but we overspent in 22.
What's
So-
really interesting, that Jason has brought up fuel every 2 years now, roughly. And I think what's really interesting about that is he says, is he overspending, or are we just not budgeting what we're actually using? And I think one thing I would like to do is take that number and go right to Fred. They gave us all the fuel we needed last year. You say, how much did we use over the course of the year? And then you multiply that by the going rate. It should be more calculated than a guess, especially if we go overspend every single year.
Yeah, we could guess closer. At least
Yes.
we're way off on fuel. Another question, high level I had was culverts. We trimmed that by 10,000 last year to reduce tax impacts, but we're keeping it trimmed 10,000 this year. And I know that culverts went up.
This,
Another,
the reason for that is now we're budgeting them as part of our grants. Before, we were buying $17,000 worth of culverts and using them in our grants. Now we're spending $7,000 on town culverts. And then all the ones that are for grant funded projects are being bought at the time of the grant, so that invoice is specific to reimbursements. A faster reimbursement for the grant.
so we dropped revenue up above 10,000 as well.
For culverts,
If we were spending 10,000 on grant culverts and getting grant money back. This is just my simple brain, right? We budgeted 17,000. We spent 17 and we got a grant back for 10. Where are we dropping our revenue by 10?
the
So
revenue
offset.
is the same. The expense for that project is also the same. It shows up in construction, on the construction line. Is where Rosemary puts the
So
grant funds.
that's where the grants are coming in.
That's where the grant expense is, and then the revenue from the grant is above. So as long. This is something that Rosemary and I have worked together, and she has added new lines, and I really appreciate her so much for this. But if you look under. I think 11,710. I'm sorry, 5710, we added a library grant. And she added two expenses, library and. Library grant expense, and then she also added a flood mitigation one.
Yeah, I saw the flood meeting,
And,
flood recovery meeting,
but I really like.
which is
that.
just showing the expense.
That's right.
It's not showing the revenue.
And then she's gonna have a revenue line for those same counts. And so why that's so important is now we can show. Total cost of that project and the total revenue for that project and the offset, and the difference of the two is the true cost to the town. When you have all your grants coming in out of the construction line, you can't break them up.
Yeah, it's tough.
And so now, from here moving forward, we're gonna have every grant we do, hopefully we're gonna get grants and aids, and hopefully we're gonna get better roads the same. But as you expend for better roads, you're gonna have an expense, you're gonna have a revenue, and the difference will be shown to the taxpayers exactly how much that grant costs the town. But sometimes, because our guys do their work themselves, grants become a revenue source. Because we're getting paid for our time at that point.
Right.
So that's new, and I really thank Rosemary so much for that. I just typed it into that.
So we're shaving 10,000 on expense. I just want to make sure we're shaving 10,000 on revenue where it needs to be shaved. Right?
The revenue shows up the same.
And where does
It's done 10,000.
It's not down 10,000 because it's still, the revenue is check.
The revenue should be up 10,000.
You're right. It should be. You're right. No, because
Could you make this more confusing for him?
should it be up then? Hey, just some clarity on that would be good. There's also high level, I'm not sure because I didn't check all of them. But this is not the budget that was in town meeting that we started building off of. And where I found that was by correcting the formulas and percent change. If you look at under public safety expense and you look at the fire department contract. Are you on public expense or safety expense? Yeah, so look at FY25 budgeted amount. Click on it.
For fire.
Yeah, fire department. It's like just up. Now, can you see the formula? Why? And I said this because I got ticked off and said, there's no way that we budgeted $75,000 when we had a number to go to and we spent 101. So I checked the town report and we budgeted 101,
Yeah.
not 75.
I have no idea why that 3.5% say.
I mean, it's linked to dispatch at 3%. It's not even linked to the same. Right? If you look at the,
Percent of the dispatch
that's
line.
3.5% of the dispatch of 24 actual.
So if we look at the
So
town-
these are high level questions, not,
No, these are action. Just say, check out line 258, correct it. And then I can, these are the things that take 5 minutes that I can do before the meeting.
yeah, if we're gonna have a budget meeting, we'll pick a date. I was just,
But if you can send me those ahead of time, then those can get corrected, so we're all not sitting here, you know.
I mean, we're gonna have to go through it line by line, right?
So do you want me to not correct them before the meeting?
If you, my take on it would be, if you agree that it needs to be corrected. Fix it.
Yeah.
Let me know if you find it.
Yeah.
That's my problem. Is if I
Yeah.
don't see it, I can't fix it. So if you,
I mean, I want to make it as painless as possible. So if we can send stuff like that to Tom and he says, yeah, you're right.
Are we expected to send it in paragraph form?
just say, check fire department contract, and I'll look at it and I'll click on it and say, oh, that's weird.
Okay,
I mean, however you want to send it so it makes sense to you. Trust, if I have questions, I'll ask you, otherwise I'll just correct it.
all right.
I've started a scribble list of which you won't be able to read, so I'm gonna have to type it, but
Anything that's in color form and those estimated final and proposed are things that aren't done yet. Anything that's white. Please those are presumed to be first draft, so those are the most important to correct.
I learned something today that I didn't know, because I was looking at the budget and I was looking at the assessor services. And I was trying to figure out, in the spreadsheet, it looks like only Justin's Johnson salary is in there, and you probably know this, but apparently the way, what I was looking for was a reimbursement line in the revenue side from other municipalities, and Rosemary's taking care of that under payroll already. So what shows in the year-end reports or the annual reports is only that portion of the salary that's attributable to Johnson, and they're billing out the other portions.
Dude, this is a really good question, and this is something I didn't sort out with Rosemary, but you have Randall, who's showed up in 2 different spots in the budget.
Yeah,
You have Justin, you have recreation.
I think rec shows it 3 times.
And a lot of them are zeros, but I think I think some direction from you guys tonight, that would be a huge help for Rosemary to clean up. How do you want it shown?
Yeah, because right now she's got, under Lister contracted services or something like that, whatever that line item is. There's, I don't know, $5,000 in there. I don't know what it is.
Well, that was another high level question. That's a budget question. Last year or no, it's not. Is it Lister contracted services? Because we kept money in there to keep Terry around.
We did, yes, Lister contracted services, it's 57104501. So
Yeah, that was money that we kept around. to keep
yeah,
Terry.
and I don't think we need that. So you're carrying 3,075, which is 2.5% of the budgeted amount of 3,000. But the year to date she's got in there is 6944. And then an estimated year end of 25 grand. I don't know why the estimated final would be 25 grand, so you can check that one.
Yeah, that one's blue. Anything that's blue is like for the select board to fill in. And that can be me, that can be you, that can be, but anything of a color has not been checked, not been looked at yet.
Yeah, so you're probably gonna have to check with Rosemary for the year to date, the 6944. Well, what is that?
My assumption is that I think there was some time, was their interlocal not in place yet? Or was her accounting not in place yet?
What's the 6944?
Lister contracted services. So that would be Justin or Karen. It would have been Justin prior to the interlocal. And so maybe she might have started the year paying him out of that line payroll. She just has to transfer it from one account.
She might have to do yeah.
We're
That's
building a budget.
A big question of mine is I don't know what to do. I either want to delete it out of
The
there
budget. when
or
you
show
don't
them
know
somewhere
what-
else. And the other question I had, which I have a bunch of other questions, I just didn't want to overwhelm you all at once. The other question is, how do we show, and I think we should show, the total expense of the assessor? So say the assessor cost us $50,000. We brought in $35,000 of revenue from other towns. I think that should be shown as the difference is that what the cost of Johnson is, but we actually spent $50,000 to them. We just received, that's a true accounting of money in and out, as opposed to just the 15,000, if that makes sense.
It does totally, and that's what I was trying to get
Yeah,
at.
that was your question.
That ultimately was my question. Because what I think, what Rosemary's doing is probably a good way to do it in terms of payroll.
Yeah.
But in terms of our budget, it's not an accurate reflection of what the actual cost for that services is subtracted from, subtracting the revenue that we got back, the reimbursements that we got back from the other 5 communities. So I guess I agree with you. I think transparency wise, it's better to show the true expense and the true reimbursements so that anybody can say, oh, it cost us 50,000, but we got 30,000 back. So the net cost of the town was 20,000.
And I think it's very easy to pull that information out. I think you just need your direction to say, Rosemary, this is how we want it shown.
Yeah, if we do that, it's gonna require a reimbursement for assessor services under revenue.
Yeah,
And
she's already added a bunch of lines.
yeah,
And every time she added 3 lines just in the last week before going on vacation. And so I think we're gonna see she's changing her budgeting, I think, as she's preparing for a transition. And I think we're gonna see a lot more lines too at the end of this.
Yeah.
So if you want to change it, now's a great time to do it.
what does the rest of the board think? The way Rosemary's doing it right now, you basically are only seeing the amount that the town of Johnson is responsible for salary, retirement, insurance,
Social Security.
Social Security. Whereas what we're actually paying is 100% of those costs as if he were a 32-hour-a-week employee.
Right.
Okay. And so what where there is no line for reimbursements back from the other communities so that you can net the two out. So I think Tom is right,
No, I think
transparency.
transparencies, if it's not egregiously painful, and it doesn't sound like it is,
No,
just another line under revenue.
I think she's just doing the calculation out after the fact to show the true expenses. So she's actually doing
No.
a step ahead of time.
Well, yeah, she's handling it that way with payroll. The estimated salary sheet just matched that pretty much. Which works, it's true.
Yeah, it's probably not that difficult, because I think what she's doing is she's actually keeping, because, well, Social Security, I don't know about retirement's not actually done under payroll, is it? Well, it would, yeah, it would be, because there's an employee contribution too.
Yeah.
So that's payroll. But it's probably, most of those things, some things are not though. So for example, Justin really wanted to get a training budget approved, and all 5 of the interlocal communities agreed to do a training budget, but everybody's gonna take a share of that total training budget. But we're gonna show the full amount in our budget and get reimbursed by them for for the training costs. So that's another example.
What are your thoughts about pulling all the Lister account out as a subsection, like Tuesday Night Live or skate park? But you have like, Lister is kind of its own independent thing where it has mileage, it has social. I don't know how you feel about payroll, but then you could actually total up the revenue and total up the expense in a clearer way, rather than having it mixed in with the select board expenses.
You mean have a separate category for?
Yeah. Then it would be more transparent. And its own subsection.
We'll go for more lines.
You're right, and does he?
Well, it doesn't really make a lot more lines. It's reorganizing
Part-time.
or shuffling
seasonal.
lines.
That is a good point. That needs to be budgeted.
Well,
The employee that we hired to go around with it.
Yeah. Randall's work has somebody coming
No,
around.
not Randall, Justin.
Or just,
Justin, yeah, and that was a one-time deal, and it didn't, did it even happen? Did he eventually find somebody to do it, or?
I saw somebody with him
I
who
thought-
had a
Yeah,
badge,
yeah, there was somebody. 'Cause he
had a
called me.
badge on.
Well, I mean, there is a category Lister expense, maybe that needs to
Maybe.
go in under, Lister expense.
General high level. Anything that's in question. Just being bumped up by 2.5%, I don't. Love it for conversation's sake, but
That was just in blue from, I think Duncan or you said that in that first meeting, and so I just did it.
no, I think
Mike
these
said
two
it.
said, let's shoot for 2.5%
That's why I
increase.
Did a super easy calculation, but anything in light blue, not in, I haven't touched it since the very. Copy and pasted it in this time.
So super, super high level. If these are high level, I'm like out by the Mars.
Right.
You feel like we are maximizing our interest income? Because I'll tell you, that's a concern of mine.
I mean,
I visit with, he's got a couple $1 million.
million.
Yeah, that they move around, in their reserve funds, and all that stuff is in like a sweep account or something that goes to
So let's,
Edward Jones or
I
something.
mean, there was a massive increase on our revenue in planning for that,
Yeah,
right?
why don't I ask Rosemary to come to the meeting on the 18th to make it?
well, I mean, this is public record, but Rosemary is more conservative than I am. And I don't want to gamble town money. I just want to have these reserve funds.
I think
If
They call him Orange County Mark.
Yeah. I know. Well, there is an Orange County in Vermont, but you know what I'm saying is,
An ICS and internal cash sweep would be ideal, and it's all FDIC insured.
right, and higher yield. I trust Rosemary to be the conservative Rosemary that she is. I'm not saying Orange County yet. I'm saying, let's see if we're maximizing our return on all these reserve funds. because every few $1,000s makes a difference.
But we got a lot of money tied up and, you know, if you total up all those tax
Yes,
anticipation and reserve funds, there's a stack of cash there.
Well, here,
It sure is. And that tax anticipation reserve might give you the answer to the,
Yeah.
that 5%. Unexpected, the reserve.
Mhm.
Might draw out of that, knowing it's gonna come back to reimburse.
yeah, but the reason that we
You
do that
have
is
a
because
number that I
in the
can see.
first quarter, we get a lot of bills.
So the sheet we saw.
but the fact of the matter is
That is the sheet that Rosemary provided us September 16th, stating that we had $1,032,000 in cash on.
Which includes the ARPA surplus.
Yeah,
So-
right. But no, I thought we rolled the ARPA.
High level data
We
collection.
did, and that became, so
When you
therefore
get
it
together
became
with
part of the
Rosemary,
surplus.
everything in the bottom
Right.
needs to be
It all should be in
updated, like 440
a
down.
high interest.
Line
savings
440
account
down.
that
Yes.
If you look at that,
Haven't touched that once.
$10,000 or $20,000 makes a difference.
big question, we signed a contract for reappraisal. We have a reappraisal fund. I know that our balance is a snapshot in time, but I actually think our balance is $20,000 higher than that. When, it's because it is,
I believe you. I just am
Um,
amazed that think that.
but high level questions, right? I think the board needs to know when bills need to be paid, be reminded of what we signed up for. Be let known where that account is and how much we need to budget between here and there.
Yeah, but we've only been putting in 13, the state puts in 13,000 a year. Roughly
Yeah, but we usually chunk in surplus.
into that.
We have a couple of times at least, I think.
Since I've been on the board, there's always been some chunk of money.
So if we have, like you say, 117, which I think we put 20 from last year's surplus into that fund.
Well, yeah.
So the question
Don't
would
take
be,
117
what's the contract amount? Minus the 117 that we have divided by 4 years.
And when is it
between
due?
now and
Yeah,
when the contract starts, right? And that should end up being the number that we have to budget each year for the next 4 years, right?
I mean, it's pretty simple. I don't steal that.
Is there an expense line in there while we're ready?
Uh,
Do.
Do we need $1.8 million on hand?
I mean, some of that's already gonna be spent under different things, but. Right,
reappraisal fund is line 157, I think
It's going into our reserve.
that's going into the reserve fund,
So
yeah.
we're getting 13,000 in from the state, and then that's coming into the general fund, and this 7 is going out to the reserve fund. I don't think we're adding any additional.
the line 56,
Line 157.
157.
what about line,
Line 56 is money coming from the state. I mean,
Maintenance of the grand list.
which we're showing as 0?
No, that was also inflated by 2.5%, which I don't.
Line number 56,
Is 0.
but it's actually, that's duplicate.
oh, that's our revenue in,
If you look at line 31.
yeah, that's our revenue in, which I don't know why we even pull that out.
Yeah,
Well,
We have to show that twice.
just to keep.
there were occasions where we were bringing money in from the reserve fund. From the
Matching it.
reappraisal fund, and I think we might have been paying some of the contracted services.
Yeah, every time you use a reserve fund, you have to show revenue from the reserve fund into the general fund. And then you have to show an expense from the general fund to the contractor. So that line 50,
Except we
56 is
don't,
money
we don't do it with
received
all reserve funds, but it's a good practice.
It's, okay, what's the best practice?
So in 2028, when we make our first payment, we would bring in X amount of dollars to that line 56, and then we would expense it out under line that doesn't exist. Yeah, I guess.
Absolutely.
That's like a high level one, I think. Like, it's pretty easy to figure out. High level one for the board would be kind of going over the salary sheet and making sure the hours for the employees are budgeted properly. And then if you want to copy in the highway reserve fund and tidy that up, that would clear a lot of things up. But if those high level things were done, I think we'd be,
Yeah.
2.46%.
nope, not even close.
I don't think like focusing on the color, if you see a problem with the white, like, please let me know right away, because those are gonna cause problems later down the road.
I agree with Mark, we got a lot of money on hand and, you know. The CDs, I mean, got $1 million, 4.4% is what they're paying, and for 5 months, that's $18,000. You know, we can be picking up a lot of money here. Hopefully we are.
I mean, we inflated that quite a bit already. Well, we didn't, but what was put in front of us had it inflated.
No, but according to that sheet you just showed me, we got close to 1.8 million on hand.
I don't know if that's all actually on hand. I think some of it's funny money. But it would take somebody smarter than me to.
We take up,
Other high level things. I know we've asked for in the past, but like, has there been time dedicated to a blacktop plan? Capital plan, because I see, I'm not sure who did it. It's a white number.
Jason,
It's white.
those numbers.
The proposal is to keep blacktop maintenance and blacktop capital the same, which is fine. And then the proposal is to repave Wilson Road. Maybe that's the one that needs it the worst. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm just asking questions, right?
So
But based on the amount that's in the note, it's adding the 110 and the 12, which is maintenance and capital, and then taking $78,000 from reserve, which are we showing that coming in up top? But I guess like the high level thing is, I believe maintenance should be for maintenance, and this is just me, and capital should be for capital. So if we're not gonna do maintenance, we're not gonna do crack sealing, we're not gonna do that. I think that the 12,000 should be shaved for maintenance and added to capital instead of just combined in. I do think maintenance is important, but like that's a high level question.
this is. So your ask of me is to have this and present a paving plan. And
I mean, we talked a while ago about like a paving capital plan, and then
I sent him an email and this is what he sent back. And this is, and then when I met to do the budget, this is what he put in. Last year, we created the reserve fund for this reason, so at the end of this year, we're gonna have $110,000 unexpended. Plus, we're gonna have the additional 110,000 that's gonna go towards, so that 78,000. I have to look to see if it's in revenue, thank you, but I do, it's all anticipated from the 110,000 we're putting from this year.
I understand where it's from. I think we injected over that.
I guess that's your question, what do you want me to change or?
Well,
Information to find.
are we gonna do maintenance or not? If we're not gonna do maintenance, scrub it, zero it out, add it to capital. That's just a me thing. It's not a board thing. And then like,
Board right now, and
if-
it's changed, right? Yeah.
nobody's objecting. Maybe their eyes are all glazing over.
yeah. Where, speaking of paving and revenue. Didn't you come up with, I want to say 118,000 that we had left on the table that you discovered? Where does that show up as revenue?
I don't know if we received it yet. I put in for it, and I got approval for it to come.
Oh, you don't know if we.
We have $23,000 in attorney fees left over from the Jenna's Promise Grant. This is a pullback. That was 2019. And then there's a 2021 paving grant of Stanover and Lot Road. And that 2021, they did that, and that 101,000 is from that.
Okay, and you don't think we've received it?
When I sent that email out, it was the confirmation from the state that they're sending it, they're gonna,
I mean, that's a number that's,
when that shows up.
Substantial.
When that comes, there's a 5% right there. That's a same 100,000.
Yeah, but technically that's
I guess
cash on hand received after the close of last year's fiscal year.
It would go into this year's
But-
anticipated or predicted unexpended funds.
Right.
but still, it's 100 grand that we can use to lower
Taxes.
taxes.
you wanna do that.
Well, I'm just looking at
If,
him,
if we
he's,
get it, I think Tom is right, it would show up as. You'd have to, it would show up in one of your year-to-date numbers,
Mhm.
which would inflate the anticipated year-end number, which would end up being part of the total cash on hand number, which could then be applied to.
to reducing taxes.
I don't think we can apply a couple hundred grand to reducing
Well-
taxes in 1 year.
We're not gonna do it.
Well, if it's,
By itself.
I think we can if it's,
It'll come in by itself.
It's gonna come in and it's gonna show in that bottom column, just like it does. every
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, I was talking a higher level.
yeah.
I don't think we can
The
do it.
trouble with a one-time ding like that is it comes back to haunt you the following
We
year.
got our 7% increase down to 2, and next year we're looking at 10.
It does, but one could argue that we should have received that income in 2 prior fiscal years,
I agree.
which would have
Yeah.
given us more cash on hand in those 2 fiscal years.
So what do we do with that money? What would you propose that we do with that 100 grand?
I don't know, I think we should show it, and then we go through our final dance of figuring out how much. What the total increase to the total budget is, what the total increase to the tax rate is, and then we can decide. My goal would be to arrive at a 2.5% to 3% increase in the tax rate.
Yeah.
And whatever we need to apply of the surplus to get us to that 2.5% or 3% would be what we should.
And I like that goal, Duncan. My only concern is, I watched the co-op do no increase, no increase, no increase, no increase, and then 12%. So if we're gonna, is 2.5% realistic? We can make it, but next year, do we have to go, like I've been saying, to 8%?
Yeah, no, I'm
That's
using
just-
2.5% to 3% because you two guys said 2.5%
Yeah.
earlier. So
Which we're.
my thought process is we should build a budget based on what the town needs. Look at everything and then decide what we think we can afford. And we're probably gonna have differing opinions around the table.
Well, yeah.
I mean, my strategy's always been just that, is you put your best face forward. And then if you're 10%, you find where you can cut, and you have to get there first, we can't stop at every little turn and say, oh, let's stop here, let's stop here. Let's just get all the information we have for our best wishes from every board. And then we go line by line and say, guys, we're at 9%. And this group is at 40%, they dropped to 2.5, what are you gonna do?
I think that's where my previous question,
Sounds good.
where's the bleeding stop come from?
Well,
Every expense is up and every revenue is down.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna actually know until we get to the very end. And the nice thing about that spreadsheet is if we plug all those numbers in, you can do real time. Right then and there, impact on the tax rate.
Yeah.
And that's, as a board member, that's incredibly valuable to be able to,
When I
know that.
update, make this match that spreadsheet, then we'll put the numbers in and we'll just click over here and you guys will say, okay, we gotta change it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you make a change on this line and you can see the
We're
results
gonna have a budget meeting.
in everything.
Oh, are we
All the way
now?
down through.
So can I ask you guys just to go over the few questions I have, and if you don't want to answer them.
Sure, send them out. What are the questions?
The red packet,
Yeah. I,
so line 48, capital improvements to town property, we have the AC, and we have the clock tower. Do you want a budget, and this is gonna be low, I have fencing and revenue. Do you want a budget 25,000 or whatever the RFP comes back at this year, or you want to push it out to do both next year?
Do I have these questions?
Yeah, it's
in
right
front of me?
back.
It was in the packet. Let's start this.
So with both the AC, and did we get a, I forget, did we get a commitment from the village that they're gonna only have 50%?
I don't have that.
not yet.
They did, you remember they were supposed to, like, put the RFP out for the clock tower and we're
Go
going.
beyond the town, the highway.
I haven't seen anything from them yet.
Nope.
But maybe it's over here.
I mean. Right, like,
I think they just keep pages away.
you're on line 48, right?
You got
No, I don't have it. Don't worry about it.
I mean, you have that spreadsheet from Rosemary as to what do we have in the buildings and grants reserve fund?
There it is.
And in the sheet that we were given. We have 141,257.46.
In the buildings and grounds.
Yep. I mean, it's just money in, money out. We could show it as 100,000 in and 100,000 out, but we're not gonna spend it unless. There's a dedication.
We budgeted to spend 30,000 on that clock tower last year.
But we budgeted, but we didn't spend it.
We haven't
Right,
spent.
so nothing came out.
So we could do the estimated final at 25,000 and it's in and out, doesn't matter. We need to show it, thanks. Just say, okay, we're gonna do the AC this year, be done with it, and then you get to make sure the work is done by July 1st. And then the clock tower is probably gonna take longer anyway because of the building season.
I mean, I'm fine with budgeting for doing the AC. We don't. Have responses back or commitment from the village. But if you got a verbal at,
So, okay to make those both white?
we wanna show 25,000 coming in next year for the clock tower, even though we budgeted 30,000 last year for the clock tower, or short.
Do you wanna make it 30,000? I don't care, I just need an answer.
Keep it at 30, as long as the outflow is at 30. No, the estimated final should say at 25, proposed be 30, that's where my,
Everything's going up. It'll be 30.
yeah, but this is us taking money out.
Out of the reserve fund.
Which is funny, right? Because what are we putting in?
Every year we spend $30,000, we budget $30,000 out of the town office. For small equipment purchase current year, and at the end of the year, the balance transfers to the equipment fund. So far, we've spent $420, which looks like we will transfer close to 30,000 next year. So this is, what this
That's
is,
so-
funds.
We're only not even 6 months into the year.
So we don't have I see now. So the sheet that we were sent out. On Wednesday is not the sheet that's up there, that's why. Trying to make sure.
Say that again.
Small equipment purchase current year,
So line 217, this is
Yeah.
slightly different, yes, this is what's in your.
yeah, the small equipment purchase current year is 215 on what we were sent out.
Right, so I printed everybody an up-to-date one, because every time they pay bills downstairs. They send it to the GL, they transfer it, so this is even more, they have new information. This afternoon that I put into this is the most up-to-date, and you have the most up-to-date paper form in front of you.
Right. Did you catch that though, Peter?
I did.
Buildings and Grounds Reserve Fund is funded from what?
Going to 18.
There you go.
Where it's from, funded.
Small equipment purchase current year leftover. So my point is like, if we show. It doesn't matter if we show $25,000 coming out of our reserve fund, because we won't spend that until we get above 30.
Well, we should, in the eyes of transparency, we should reflect.
Totally.
Plan to do, right? And so if you want to spend the money this year, we should say it. If you want to hold it, not spend any this year, spend it all next year, we should show it. And just, that's the question.
Yeah, part of the problem is we don't really know what the cost is yet.
No. But the timing lets us know that as soon as I get that RFP back, I take 50% of it, plug it in with that. Right? That's like the concept question is done.
We're gonna, Michael, we're gonna reside the bridges here and there.
Is that your next question?
Yeah.
But
Not
I'm
tonight.
really talking about two different projects, talking about clock tower and AC, right?
And the clock tower, I don't think there's a chance to get it done before July 1st. So that, I put that in next year. The AC is really the question, do you want to do that before July 1st or not?
Do you think it's gonna come in at,
50,000?
yeah,
That's crazy.
I mean, I think if we use the same company, yes.
55.
I think if we reach out to other places, this is not a complicated building. It's two wide open rooms, you know.
I bet
Two
they,
smaller rooms off the stop it.
they'd probably like it before July 1st.
Yeah,
It gets hot in July.
Mhm.
I know downstairs as well. It was pretty rough in September. Everybody was stinky.
Okay, next line.
All right.
I'd like to
51.
get that done as soon as we can, and. And I guess I would advocate putting 30 in, even if we don't use it. For the year end, I mean, if we don't use it, we don't use it, right?
Well, it means we'll have 60 in there then.
Well, but they're only gonna take out what they, I mean, it doesn't mean that we have to bring 30 in. They're only gonna bring in. What the actual available.
I was laughing because I thought Mike was poking at the transparency question. Because really, we should budget spending 60,000, receiving 30 from the village. Spending 30 of the town, right?
So
That is same argument we just had a conversation about.
let's make
right?
it simple. Like, I mean, that's a Rosemary question. When she's in front of us, let's direct that to her. It's just how do you want to show it? Back to like the clock tower. We have building expense 57,2062. Like, if you want to do that this year, we budgeted $30,000 a year,
Which line are you on your sheet question?
245.
Question
Question number 1. Duncan said he wants to spend it as soon as possible. So 30,000 is that the answer?
Oh. 245.
Oh, on that line item,
I'll
you've
be
got
back short.
spending 45.
Well, that's the estimated final, that I copy and pasted from.
Oh, that comes from 24, okay.
So I would put in 30 and 25, 25 for the clock tower next year. And 30 for the AC this year.
Well, if you've already got 30 in there that you didn't spend, that makes 55.
Not yet, we, cause we're, there, that line has to, that line I just showed you has to match the revenue where we were talking earlier.
But, you know, with the
Which line?
village's share, it can't cost that much money. to fix that.
Has to match 40, or it has to match
Clock tower?
Yeah,
48.
218.
has to match line 48. One's a revenue, one's an expense. It just shows money coming from the account.
Not 218.
Not to it.
You said 218.
If you could help me out, we're just trying to show the building and grounds. We're trying to show the clock tower and the AC. I'll take care of the line numbers. Do you want to spend, how much do you want to spend on the AC this year?
Well, we don't know.
Let's get the RFP and split it in half, put it in there.
Let's make them.
But as long as it's 30 in and 30 out,
Okay,
doesn't matter.
so we can take.
Didn't we
Right.
start that out with me saying that?
Yes,
Okay,
so I would advocate for 30 in from the revenue and 30 out for the expense. And understanding that the revenue is the buildings and grounds reserve fund. It's not tax money, it's reserve fund. So the net impact to taxes is 0.
I guess if we don't spend it out of capital equipment, small purchase. Yeah, it's just funky one, but I understand what you're saying.
No, the numbers will end up the same if next year. If we spend 25 instead of 30, we will have brought in 25 from the
Right,
reserve fund and spent 25 on the expense line.
but we might have spent 30,000 back into the reserve fund, so the reserve fund grows by 5,000. I get what you're saying, it's fine. I said, get the RFP, split it in half, if you want it to be 30-30. Money in, money out.
We jump to the next question. You guys want to budget funds for the siding repairs and redecking covered bridges. Jason would like to redeck Waterman Bridge. He already has all the hardware and he got an estimate of $2,800 for that decking. And then the siding, he says that he can repair it. You know, we don't have to do the whole thing of real inside.
But this question is about bringing in revenue, right?
It's again, it's a math, where we have to, same issue with the building, it's an in and out. So it comes from our bridge reserve fund.
So we'd be bringing the money in from bridge culvert reserve.
Yeah. Oops. So how much would you like to bring in? You know. I'm gonna, as soon as you say yes, side the bridge, I know it's 2,800 plus whatever Jason gets for the price of siding. If you guys want to side the bridge, I'll do the research, I'll get the number in there. If you don't want to side the bridge, I won't. But that's the question. Do you want to side the bridge?
Which bridge?
Still good.
So good enough, Mark's favorite.
I love Scrivener Bridge.
I mean, I'm fine with budgeting for the siding and the decking. I think the question then becomes to me, do we add expense into the bridge and culvert reserve fund because we've been sifting off that for how many years?
What's left in it?
It's just,
More than you'd think. 97,
Close to 100.
but if we need to repair a bridge, I get that we go for a grant, a real bridge, a real repair. You could eat that up in your match like that.
We could, and when, so that reserve fund came about as a result of
What was left
2
over?
bridges, Pearl Street and Railroad Street
Yeah.
Bridge. The town had set aside money for years
Oh, for a long
for
time.
those bridges, and we established a bridge and culvert repair fund and brought those funds in. So I don't know, we've been slowly whittling away
Yeah, we've been chewing it down.
and not been putting, so really the intent of having that reserve fund available was to be able to meet the town's match on a major bridge replacement project. And I don't know what major bridge replacement we would have right now
I don't know.
on a town highway.
What was the estimate?
2,800 for decking.
Water.
So we know it's gonna be at least 2,800, and my question to the board is, do you want Jason and I to use our resources to get an estimate for siding? Or do we wanna hold off and not side the bridge next year?
I think we need to side the bridge.
Yeah,
I think we've been
I'm all for side,
fiddling around with this bridge for.
side it away.
But your question really
You,
is.
you were asking which bridge needs repairs, Scribner. Wasn't there questions about the steel beams and all of that? I mean, how expensive could that project get? Quickly,
Could get very expensive.
I honestly don't know.
Yeah,
We can get some siding on that.
But there are bridge and culvert grants that are available to like spray and paint, the beam, peel the rust off and deal with the expansion plates and all of that stuff there. There are bridge and culvert grants available for that, and we should be looking at those too.
Yeah, I wasn't saying pay.
I would think there would be grants for siding.
I wouldn't be surprised. We did ask Randall to look into, and he didn't come up with anything.
I don't think, I think it's just gonna be the price of what it's for.
Price of what?
Whether, so Jason's repaired it in the past, and his hesitation is that they get kicked out. So he would like to do a more permanent repair from the inside. But we already budgeted the labor, that's no additional expense. It's just, it's the most of the hardware we already have on hand, no additional expense. Probably looking at maybe $1,000 in boards.
Oh, probably more than, whatever.
Yeah, but that's what the estimate is, like,
That's the whole
what Jason
farm
thought.
around here that we could tear down.
So we're saying that those lines would both probably drop with your estimates then.
Yeah, big time. So we'd have an out.
He's better behaved.
so
She doesn't live with me.
I say let's side it.
Evan, is
There
your
you go, that's
question,
great.
should we bring the money in from the reserve fund to pay for it, or just put it in the budget to do it? Or apply some surplus?
Apply the surplus.
There was, I mean, so we have bridge materials. If we're gonna do all the labor, right? We have $1,000 roughly. I'm not holding anybody to that. Could be 2,000, could be 3,000.
We'll say $5,000, 2,800.
And we have the bridge decking, that's how much?
28.
I don't see what we need to take any money out of the reserve fund or pay contracted services. There's
Just put it in the budget.
another line item that says bridge materials.
You wanna make it 5,000?
Yes,
If you want the hemlock, I'll give it to Duncan, he can cut it up.
No, I'm saying, you were gonna ask for budgetary numbers. I just,
Right.
you were proposing it out of revenue or as revenue and then expense, which is fine.
So your suggestion is turn the 2,000 into 5,000?
Or whack the 2,000 and move it all up and pay for it all out of reserve fund, but a future board is gonna need to decide if they keep whittling out of this reserve fund.
Well, again, when we get to the end of what to do with surplus, it may well be that we apply a little surplus.
Yeah, you're right, to the reserve
fund.
fund.
Unfortunately, we're not gonna know.
Where's bridge materials?
What that
What
looks
line
like
is that?
until we're almost all done with the budget.
Bridge materials is 2 lines below bridge contracted services, which is in the bridge and culvert section.
401, 401.
Yes.
Can I ask my question?
Yeah.
Last year, the board wanted the highway department to track class 4 labor. It did not happen. Do you want to continue? Do you want Jason to start tracking class 4 labor? The only change is that the MRGP now requires that labor be mandatory for those 1 foot or greater below your road. Do you still want that information or not? That's more of a procedural thing for Jason and an accounting thing for Rosemary. It's not going to change the budget.
What are the board's thoughts?
I still believe it's important to do it, and I think when we had this discussion last year, they were gonna add a line to the timesheet where they could record their class 4 labor.
I mean, me personally, I've said for the last 2 years, why aren't the timesheets updated?
Do what?
Why aren't the timesheets updated?
Yeah.
I think for transparency, I don't have a problem with what we spend. like this isn't that conversation, but if there is 80 man hours spent at the skate park, why don't we budget for it there? Their timesheets say what, summer roads and winter roads? You have them in front of you.
Yeah, and they're public's work. It's who they are.
So I guess, yeah, the conceptual question is, what do you want them to track and then change it? That's an easy change. It's an easy change. We can implement it probably within less than a month.
Is it an easy change for them?
It's gonna be.
I would.
It's important. If it's important to you, it'll be important to them, you know, and I think that's what matters.
It's very simple.
Exactly.
So we have a line item already, for 18 non-highway projects. Do they have a non-highway projects line on their timesheet?
I will check that out.
Because that could, I mean, I think at the end of the day, your concern isn't necessarily whether they're spending X amount of time at the skate park, and it's how much time they're spending on projects that are not specifically highway related. Is that,
You want?
or do you want
class four separate?
specificity?
So non-highway.
In an effort of transparency, that's what I've been saying for.
I
Multiple.
think class 4 should be separate also. I
Well,
just
we're
think,
not talking about that right now.
no,
No,
but
that's Tom.
he asked that just now.
That was actually his question.
Yeah.
And I think that we should, because I think that it's valuable information.
And I think if you change it to class 4 and non-highway, I'll sit down with Susan tomorrow. This is a simple memory change, and I know I can show her how to do it if she doesn't know how. When you take that payroll timesheet and you do 4 hours to this line item for general salaries, 2 hours to class 4 labor and 2 hours to non-highway, and it calculates all the social security and retirement that are associated to that. It's pretty simple.
Is it gonna be annoying for the road people though, or it seems to me
This is a
They
great
should be
time
able to do it.
You need to track better anyways, because this is what makes reporting for grants, recording for FEMA, recording for emergencies. If you do it on a daily basis, so there's no new expectation, it's easy when the time it matters. And so this is a great time to implement everything. Let's do it once.
No, Mike, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just wondering.
When I kind of cut you off and said, we're not talking about class 4 roads, I was thinking about what you said about the time for a skate park. I had argued that when I was on the board previously, that all of these entities we have, whether it's the beautification of the skate park or the arboretum or whatever, they have a budget. And if we're sending our employees to work for them, that we need to get reimbursed out of their budget to pay the town back for our budget. And so I have advocated that for years when I was on the board previously. And I'm glad that things are finally getting straightened out, it appears right now. And then as far as a timesheet, it is very, very simple to have on your line, worked at skate park today, you know? They each work 4 hours. It's got a line, it's got a code, it's got 4 hours per
And
employee.
I think we should even do 4 loads of gravel.
Everything,
Exactly.
everything that's involved. But whether it comes from the pit or whatever, if we have to go to NATO's, let's say, or to the new one, not NATO's anymore.
Percy.
Percy, you go to Percy and you get 2 loads of gravel. That group should pay for it.
Yeah.
Shouldn't come out of the general road fund.
Or at least it shows that the town spent this much on that project, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But if they have a budget of X number of dollars, then it should be a true budget and they should be spending that money out of that budget. If they hired somebody else to do it, they'd have to pay them. They should be paying the town group.
And so that's gonna add a few lines to the budget,
Yeah, I mean,
and we can leave it at blank this year and then as a holder. So that way next year, it'll just fill in and then we can move forward, or I can budget future.
As long as it doesn't get lost in the shuffle like it did years ago.
Okay,
I don't know if the poll board was on that.
I don't agree. I just think we changed the name from the highway department to the public works department, which to me means we expect the highway department to do some of those projects exactly for the reason that you say, so that we don't have to subcontract it out.
Right, but then they should
Save some-
reimburse, for that work.
Well, if we're tracking, I mean, if we could add a line for non-highway materials. Or something like that. I mean, at the end of the day, I think you can do everything that you want to do. You can total up all of the time and expense that the highway department is spending. But I don't want to track it by rec department, by skate park, by beautification. I mean, that's just, it's too complicated to try and.
Not really.
It's high level. But
Well,
it
you
is,
think our budget's complicated enough already? You just
It
added
is.
about 7 lines to
it
it.
is ultra transparent.
It is, but isn't it just as transparent to say you got a line item that's non-highway projects?
Yeah. But
Labor, non-highway projects.
maybe in the,
expense?
maybe in the budget, we change highway salaries and benefits to public works salaries and benefits. Highway
That would
salaries
be good.
to public works salaries.
We're,
I'm fine with that. Changing the
I
time.
just wanna,
we're getting way
Track.
off the question.
I just wanna.
The question was
track
tracking
class
road
four.
for class 4 labor.
I
You
would
only,
like,
you only care about class 4 labor.
yeah, I think that if we start, if they're public works employees. I'm with Duncan, if we start tracking everything they do that isn't road related. It's a mess, but I think class 4 is gonna be good to have. Because I think it'll allow us to access state grants and stuff, and they'll know that we're spending time and money on class 4. And class 4 roads in this town are being developed. Riding hell is like.
And we have a lot of people that complain that they don't get anything for their tax money.
Right.
You know, if we can point to,
Yeah,
30 loads of gravel and, a couple hundred hours of labor.
yeah,
Class 4 roads, you can say, well,
there's a lot of people living on those class 4 roads now,
Yeah.
amazing. Sinclair Road is being developed.
Amazing. Yeah, on the other side of it.
Yeah,
So we jump to the, I think that's. Next one about Jason.
Yes.
This happened in Hyde Park. Jason really likes this model. He would like to move away from UniFirst because they're having trouble with uniforms coming back. The guys are ending up washing them themselves anyways. So instead of paying $7,500 a year for UniFirst uniforms, moving to $1,000 stipend per year, and then keeping the food allowance, we could bring that amount to $6,350 and save us about $1,200. Go for it, and then the guys have control over their uniform.
what about the increase in shoe?
I initially put $500. I had misunderstood. I thought Jason said $250 for boots. And I thought that was for summer and winter boots. That was my fault, and I put that out. And now it's down to just $250 a year is all he thought was adequate. That was good for him. And I guess the question really to the board is, can I have your permission to reach out to Jason, the union rep, and the shop steward to make sure that it's copacetic with the contract without opening it out?
Yes.
I don't believe it's I think uniforms are a requirement of the contract. I don't think it's specific to UniFirst or a laundry service.
That's good.
so one of yes, but one of my questions was, I know some organizations that have done that, then the employees turn around and say, well, we want a washer and dryer at the garage location, so we don't have to bring our stuff home. My wife is sick of, putting my uniforms in the laundry and it gets grease all over all the other clothes.
There
We
are
want-
lots of people have washer and dryers to give away, so, we can get one for free.
If it came to that, we could always just go back to uniform.
Then we don't give them the $1,000.
Take the stipend back and go back to uniforms.
Well, if it's in the union contract, I think that's a good question to check out is what are the ramifications of that?
And I think maybe having a policy that for this stipend, if this is what we get, this is what we don't get.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, and one of those would be you bring your uniforms home and launder.
So would we buy?
They would buy it themselves.
Is there any weird requirement or something they should have something that says Town of Johnson Public Works on?
I don't.
Yeah, I'm just asking the question.
Don't laugh at me, but the reason you have uniforms are for uniformity.
Uniformity.
And so
No pun intended.
that is the reason that you have them. And so if they're gonna receive stipends of $1,000 a year, are they gonna maintain a uniform? Or are they gonna come in with their own blue jeans or Carhartt and everything else? It depends on what the town wants. If the town wants your employees to look the same with a uniform, with the town of Johnson on it, then we need to stay the way it is. If we want them to come in with whatever they want to wear, that can be it too.
You know, the town buys its orange road vests anyways, that say Town of Johnson on them. Maybe that's what the town keeps buying for uniformity. I mean, I think it's a good point, just for, you know, you're pulling into private people's driveways or in all sorts of random places.
Yeah, I like it that when Justin showed up, he and his assistant had some decal on the car and some vest.
I think it's a great point, that there should be some indicator, right?
Well, we could make that a standard requirement of that the uniform allowance is. You must buy a red shirt with, you know, your name on it or whatever. And there's a lot of uniform companies that will sell what they would normally have as a laundered product. They would actually sell you those. So I mean, we could even specify that they have to buy their uniforms from XYZ company.
I guess the answer to the question is yes, reach out, but needs to be some thought before.
Let's sit down, Jason and the whole group and just say, hey, this is what we're thinking. Are you still amenable? Just throw all the ideas out there and problem.
Sounds good.
Let them help solve them and I'll come back to you.
Yeah,
Well, they're doing it because they think that, you know, maybe make a buck at doing it. Plus they could save the town some money too, so they figure it's a win-win situation. But if you require, you know, uniformity from them, they might not be so interested in doing it.
yeah, I mean, this is a little bit off topic, but when Beaver was still working for the town, he wanted coveralls.
Yeah, he wore them all.
Because he couldn't, you know, regular pants and shirt weren't comfortable for him. And the town paid for his coveralls as
No
opposed to
way.
the uniform. Yeah, yeah.
I see Mark wearing shorts all the way through December.
All right, I think that answers your question.
That's great. Next question is a very big one. Probably not to be solved tonight, but I'm just gonna throw it out there for you guys to think about. Roadside mowing is done by renting a tractor and a boom mower. It costs about $10,000 annually. We also use a town-owned pitch bank mower. If the board considers subbing out roadside mowing for next summer. I looked into that and the person who normally does it has made the decision this year to reduce the number of towns, so. He was out of Victory and he's no longer, you can't find anyone to sub out.
And $10,000.
To rent it and pay our guys the time to sit.
I understand that, but what's roadside mowing cost to hire?
In Peachum was 62 miles of road versus 42 miles of road, it was about $6,000 a year. But that's why it was worth looking into, but
That's all they charge for $6,000.
they did 2 passes and 2 weeks. He worked 14 hours a day, he would park his tractor where he stopped, leave it on the side of the road overnight and pick back up where he left off.
That was a bargain.
Yeah, that was
Probably why he's getting out of it.
a gazillion years ago. They couldn't do that.
Anyways, Jason looked at getting a boom mower, which is quite expensive. But he's also been interested in an excavator, like you guys know. He priced out an excavator with a boom mower on the excavator
Oh, geez.
at $137,000. at the current rate of $25,000 a year that we pay to rent an excavator every year now, plus the $10,000 annually, we have a payback on that excavator for 4 years. In 4 years, we'll be making money on that machine.
With the boom mower.
Exactly.
And then we wouldn't need the backhoe.
No, and so my suggestion for this would be, if you think that's a good idea, I would take my time now to put that into our capital equipment plan as reduce our budget by 35,000, taking away roadside mowing, taking away 25,000 for the construction costs for excavation, and then putting $35,000 a year annually into our capital equipment reserve that we pull from to pay off that note. And then we keep that in there every year. After 4 years, we're going to be increasing our capital equipment fund exponentially by 35,000 that we weren't putting in before. So I think it makes financial sense, but I don't want to spend the time to do that research without your direct slides.
How much time is it gonna take them to mow the roads?
My guess is they're in first or second gear anyways with their boom mower doing it. I think it's probably gonna take the same amount of time.
Okay,
We're into 2 weeks.
See, and the issue is that we have now is the ditch bank, I didn't say this, the ditch bank mower pro. It's like, can't get parts for it, they keep fabricating parts, and it's. When they were brush hogging the landfill, it finally like blew up, PCO or something happened. Oh, the 3-point hitch arm on the tractor broke and the ditch bank mower kind of quit the bed. The way that we do our ditches now has changed, where a ditch bank mower cannot reach the far side of the ditch. So we really need to go to an articulated mower. It makes sense to go to either buy something to fit our tractor or get the excavator.
look into it, that sounds like a good deal to me.
It's just like a change, we're changing our maintenance style, so we have to match that new maintenance.
Oh, we've got ditches that are 6 feet wide.
Yeah.
At least.
6 feet deep.
It doesn't make sense to me, but if you're 1 and 1, might as well ask the rest of the board.
I think I need.
A lot, right?
It's huge, it's a big question.
Yeah.
But I don't, it's gonna take me some time to do it, and that's why I went directed to say, look into it.
Well, let him look into it. That's not.
Well, it's gonna take them
It's probably gonna be 3 hours, maybe by the time I call everybody, get.
more than that, but.
Well, as a practical matter, if you can't reach the other side of the road, the other side of the ditch. And we have to use an excavator, it means you're crawling up the road with an excavator at how fast?
Or we rent the truck. It's the same speed that we're renting the tractor now with an articulated boom mower.
Yeah, that reaches out and gets.
So we can do it with the tractor we rent,
Okay,
or we can do it with the excavator that we buy. And then we're also ditching with that same excavator.
But like excavators are not made to travel miles. There's a lot of wear and tear on chains, pads, sprockets.
All I can do is look into it.
It's very easy to say, oh. Save $10,000.
Yeah.
Spend $10,000 on a new undercarriage every year. And save an nickel.
Well, this was kind of Jason's idea, right?
It was. And
Well,
so
then he kind of knows.
I will
The
reach out to,
maintenance of stuff and.
we're gonna probably call Cat or whatever excavator company that he got the price from. And say, would you warranty it? This is what we're planning to do. Is it made to do that? And it's a yes.
Yeah, who did it? Somebody. They took a backhoe. And had a high flow hydraulic pump. And put a bank mower right on the arm, same as an excavator, but you can drive at a speed on a vehicle that's meant for driving. Not a vehicle that's meant for swinging.
He can get 2 birds with 1 stone, and
About genius.
if you find out with the warranty and everything else and it's workable, why not?
Couldn't we like. Order the loader with an extra hydraulic to the front with a piston that moves in and out? Like have it in front of them
I think these are,
and just have an attachment right there, so your hydraulics.
I mean, I would defer to Jason if he's gonna be the operator and just say, okay, the board wants to know about, is there an attachment for the loader? Is there an attachment for the backhoe? We looked into an attachment, there's not an attachment that fits our tractor. We would have to buy a bigger tractor. So that's why
There is not one that would fit our tractor.
It's, no, the tractor's not heavy enough.
That big Kubota is not heavy enough?
No, we have to get a bigger size tractor.
And usually they add a wheel weight on the other side, right?
So that's why it's just. You want me to look at, it's gonna be some phone calls and I'm totally happy to do it, and I'm gonna be talking to
Is
Jason.
Jason mind doing it?
I think we'll have Jason do it. I love that idea.
Yeah, I haven't.
I'm,
He's the one that's gonna have to do it, you know, let's hear what he has to say, he does this stuff day in and day out.
I'm worried about it like you ever.
But I think I got direction on that.
yeah, I mean, I have way too many things going on in my personal life to redo the capital fund and everything. If you guys wanna go for it, go for it.
Okay. Is there any other large pieces of equipment that you guys are thinking about that Jason and I may have missed? You know, did you guys have anything planned in the last few years that?
I
now
mean,
that we're-
I don't know if any board members do. Usually we defer to the capital equipment plan
Right.
and,
Yeah, which is why I think that should be one of the first things we should do is. Look at that capital plan and decide if that's the way we wanna go. That would answer
A lot of
a
it.
lot of the questions.
Right.
Okay,
So when's the next dedicated board meeting for the budget?
we haven't said it yet.
I know, trying to work- trying to push things along a little.
well, you know, while you're on that, your question for line 375. You have a note on 375. That was in the list that says price for subcontract coming. Is that,
I reached out and I can't find anyone to do it. But that was like a note that I've since heard that they have 14 towns and they want to reduce that number.
yeah. That 25,000 a year we rent the excavator with, that's all tax revenue, or is that like go up and down and fluctuate with grants?
Correct. It's,
Okay,
we rented $5,000.
so it's not like we have $25,000 out of pocket every year, we just get money in
Yeah.
and out.
Because we got a
Oh, wait.
lot of federal aid for that ditching.
But we keep a
Yeah.
fresh machine with that grant money.
So it's $5,000 a month. We rent it for 5 months a year. So yeah, 5,000 a year.
Basically, we buy a machine for.
Yep.
I was basically the
But
idea.
you gotta transport it too,
I don't use it.
which is why I've always.
MSI, and that was my same question. You said MSI will do it for $250. Which seems a little steep.
Do what?
Transport the excavator. Is that a one-way trip or?
Yeah.
So
That's $500 every time you move it.
$500 every time you move it, and you're potentially moving it. I mean, you can't drive those things down the road.
I mean, what was
we
the
gotta
tonnage
do-
rating on that trailer we spent $18,000 on? Wasn't that a,
You get a rubber tire
was that a
excavator.
10?
That's exactly what I have talked about several times, is a rubber tired excavator.
Why don't we get one?
Well. Jason's always said they're no good.
Well, good grief, everybody uses one.
There's a guy.
A lot of people use them,
Cambridge has one.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, listen to the price, why not?
They every time, a lot of times when I was doing a water job, if we hired Minash, they showed up with a rubber tire excavator. Cause he could drive it over the main road.
That's right. A lot of people use them.
All right,
Two things. One is we have some liabilities that are not budgeted at all. One is CTO. We accrue CTO time, but we do not have a line that. Which it would probably show up on our balance sheet, but we should have a reserve. We should be tracking that liability because at any given time, somebody could depart and we have this large chunk of money that we might be responsible for that we're not setting aside.
Do you have a sense of how many days of CTO time are laying around?
A lot. I can tell you there
You'd stand and
people
stuff.
who I suspect may have future plans and they have about 20,000 alone in the next year.
I mean, how does it get that big? How much do we roll?
You can keep 1.5 times in your bank, but
Right, in your first bank, and that's paid out at 100%.
Yeah, and then isn't there a cap on total CTO time that you could be compensated for?
Well,
It's 25% of your second pay, which caps out. And your first pay caps out, 100% of your first pay, 25% of your second pay. Everything else after that goes to catastrophic, and there's no, you don't get paid out.
You don't get paid. If you got really sick, you could use the time for catastrophic
really-
sickness or illness.
We should have some lot, that amount is known. We know what it is. Right now, we could go down and run a report on payroll. And that amount should be shown somewhere as a liability. And I think that's the question for the board is, do you want to show it as a liability or do you just want to keep running with it? We've always seemed to flush it out and every time somebody left, but to me, it's a true expense that we need to know about.
who was the last one that left? I had a lot of CTO. That was before I was on board.
What did the auditors, what has the auditor weighed in on whether it should be shown as a
No, this
liability?
is just me finding unknowns that I want to bring you aware of. I have not seen the auditor's report yet.
So are you suggesting that we should include something in the budget for it or just show it as a liability?
I would show it as a liability, and I think we should get that up to snuff right away. And I think if we know somebody has plans for retirement, we should show it as an expense because it's going to come out. If we show it, if we put it into the liability, it would reduce our cash on hand by that much, or general fund by that, our total fund balance. But it means it's no increase to taxes. Because we've never shown it before, it could play out as an expense the first time, until we start showing it.
And we've always just kind of fudged it out of cash flow.
It always just showed up as payroll, it came out probably as salaries. And that it just never either, because they didn't hire, usually you hire slow, so there's that payout gets covered up. I think it's public knowledge that Rosemary plans to retire at the end of her time.
She'll have the maximum amount that
She does, and I think that's an unusual situation, but we're talking a significant amount of money that we should plan for. And how did you want to do that as a liability, reducing the cash on hand? Or you want to do it as a one-time expense? There are other long-term employees who will max out those. And they're going to go eventually. Doesn't mean they're leaving this year, or next year, or the year after. And liability is a way to hold that money aside so it doesn't raise taxes in the time you get that. So a liability is a safer way to do it, but it means we're reducing cash on hand next year. An expense is a planned way to do it, but you don't always have 18 months notice of when someone's going to leave.
Yeah.
We have a unique situation right now.
Let's get rid of the banks.
Yeah, we should have done that and negotiated.
Well,
Union contract.
Seems,
I would have a real hard time
It was a joke. It was
doing
not
that
serious.
with, yeah.
The time to have done it was then when they wanted union.
It was in the first
I think it's second. Start negotiating on the team there. I wouldn't have allowed that.
Well, I think we can certainly revisit the, this.
Show it as a liability.
Liability. Okay. I think
Seems like that's your
Yeah, we
recommendation.
did it.
so-
it's gonna bust, it's gonna suck 1 year, but then it's gonna be super clean.
Because the contract is tightly. written.
but showing it as a
Yeah.
liability is not gonna have as much of an impact as it would to put that in as an expense.
Correct.
It won't have an impact to the budget. It'll have the same impact to your bottom line.
Bottom line,
You just
I
have
think
less
to your
cash on
point,
hand.
Tom, in
Yeah.
terms of budgeting this year, we keep the concept in the back of your mind, and when we get to the point of applying surplus, that may be another thing that we want to look
We're
at.
reducing that amount. correct?
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah,
Surplus is all spent.
well, it may well be, it may well be.
So, and the last question for us to have, we're not gonna solve it tonight, but I think this is a major issue that needs attention now. is what does staffing look like for the town only after the after Rosemary leaves? We're not gonna hire somebody who does everything she does. It's unlikely. Who's both the town and village clerk and treasurer with her skill set. And I think because of that, it's gonna shift our full-time equivalents. Right now, we're at 3.6 full-time equivalents. I think we might. How that works after is gonna look different than it does now. I think we can keep 3.6 or less and still do the same amount of work. I think there's an inefficiency in having shared services from their employees. And I don't mean that in a negative way, I just think that it's the reality of life, is they do the need in front of you. As opposed to saying, okay, from 3 to 5 on this person. And so I think if we think about what that 3.6 full-time equivalent looks like. We should start, do we need more, do we need less? What is that situation, now's the time to plan for that and budget for it. If we add in full-time equivalents, we could be adding $20,000-$30,000 to our budget just in those final 3 months of that year. So we should think about it right now. If we're reducing, then we might be able to reduce that salary line, but that's a real concern. And there's also going to be an overlap, where we're probably going to want some training. If we move to the appointment model, there's probably going to be an overlap with the new appointment overlapping with Rosemary either before she goes or Rosemary coming in after she leaves to transition that new person. And that also needs to be accounted for, these salaries.
Well, the overlap needs to be accounted for this year, right?
Well, it's all happening in next budget cycle
Well,
from March to June. There's 3 months of it.
yeah, I guess there's a small way to.
So the first thing we need to understand, and my understanding is Rosemary is not done, her term isn't up this year, it's up March next year,
March 2026, correct?
2026.
So March 2026 to June 30th, 2026 is that period of change that I'm talking about. That's the last quarter of the fiscal year.
Of next year.
2026, good, correct. Yeah.
So for this year, though, if we put an article in the warning to transition from elected to appointed treasurer and clerk, I guess we should get Rosemary's opinion on. She's both right now, but they're separate offices.
Yeah.
So the question would be, do we appoint a clerk as well as a treasurer? But the way the statute reads, if I remember correctly, if the vote is to approve that transition, there's a 30-day period.
Yeah.
And then, so in that 30-day period,
Petition to.
no, that there's a 30-day period to actually hire a new clerk treasurer as opposed to an elected clerk treasurer. So if the board did that, I believe that we would have to hire Rosemary
For 1
Yeah,
for 1 year.
I've often thought about that, but there's no statutory process to remove an elected official during their term. So that's why I don't know if I think it's intended if you make that vote the same year the term is over. I don't know though.
It's a good thing to look at. We may need a legal opinion on that, but I thought the statute was fairly clear that if the voters voted to do away with the position,
I thought it was immediate.
what's that?
I thought it was immediate. Or was it 15 days? It was short.
It wasn't very long.
It's 30 for, I think it's 30.
I was thinking it was 30,
It's
but
30 days from town administrator to town manager.
So what if we
Or
had
30
an
days.
agreement with Rosemary to step down?
It'll be here.
In the middle of her, before her last year is up.
No, she doesn't need to do that.
And then we keep her on for that year.
well, I know that she was suggesting that we have that article in the warning this year.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
And if it passes,
45.
45 days.
So Duncan, if it passes, if the article passes. Would Rosemary be allowed to resign and not hire her back as an appointed?
I don't think there's any hesitation to it. I think it's just an operation of statute. If the voters vote to approve it, it happens. And then we would have
A
to,
job description
we'd have to have a job description and hire her.
right there.
But that's my interpretation of what the statute was when I read it the last time. But
My guess is that you read it October 13th, 2022.
why? Because it's there.
Because the emails from you.
Okay.
Well, I'll reach out to VLCT and say, this is our plan, how do we do it?
I think that's a good idea. And then I think we should have a conversation with Rosemary about the mechanics of it, because, I think you're absolutely right. The biggest part of what she does is for the village, as far as being a treasurer. Most of what she does as clerk is town, because it doesn't require much for the village, but, the treasurer stuff is way more complicated for the village than it is for the town.
I mean, on the town side, as a treasurer, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
You have income really 4 times a year. It's not a complicated role. It's a lot of money in and out, but I think if you have clean systems, that's not a hard job.
I've advocated.
Responsibility, sorry.
I've advocated for years that it makes sense to have a financial management person who could, we've got a lot of financial management policies that Rosemary doesn't have time to put those in, but they're best management practices. And we get dinged on it every time we have an audit that we don't have, best management practices. So I just, to your point, Mark, is there a better way to, invest the money, somebody that could do a sweep account?
Yeah,
So to me, the job might be more than strictly just treasurer. It might be a financial manager.
I think getting, if you could appoint a treasurer and elect a clerk, there's a great value in having a clerk who is a resident, who can speak up, not that they would, but speak up to the select board and say, hey, I think this is wrong. And not have their job on the line. That's very valuable. And that was the intent of a clerk 200 years ago. Is that they're the only single acting officer of the town for that reason. If you go to an appointed clerk, there's no longer anybody who has that authority. And you kind of take away the intent of the original role of a clerk. And so I think there's some value in having an elected clerk, but having professional duties of a treasurer, being a trained professional, to your point.
And honestly, I think it's gonna be hard to fill that position.
Of a clerk?
No, the treasurer. Treasurer, financial advisor.
I think it'd be hard to fill the clerk
yeah,
if you left it elected.
I could train anybody. It's not.
I don't think it would be hard because.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not discrediting your training ability. I'm saying you get who the voters say, and they're gonna be a resident, period.
Yeah.
And then they have their own assistant, right, that they appoint. And that's what you get. Period. There's statutory duties with all licenses and all of this other stuff, but
I would think that there's some people in the building that would gravitate toward that position
Which one?
well,
if it were elected.
Clerk?
really,
Yeah.
because if it were elected, they would have to be a resident of this town.
That's true.
Are you
And I
changing your
still,
thought process?
and I still think there's somebody that would want it.
Maybe. First one?
But
That works downstairs.
I think to the point of, if we were gonna have a full-time financial person, we're probably gonna be around that same 60 to 80,000, administrator, you have a clerk treasurer, you have an assistant clerk treasurer, that's probably all you need. And then some portion of that is gonna be 0.6, 0.8, 1.0. And just making sure all the roles can be filled. And it's just gonna look different than what it is now. And that would be understood, I think, going into this budget.
Another thing we're gonna have to figure out is if they're two different people.
Hmm.
We have a finite amount of office space downstairs.
Yeah, well, I was thinking that if the village clerk and treasurer ended up being a separate person from the town clerk and treasurer, that alone would be,
Which I think it probably should be.
There might be a.
we might be
relocation.
needing to do a remodel up here,
Yeah,
making offices in that back room.
you might, I mean,
Get rid of
the
that
village might
stairway.
move offices or the town might move offices. I mean, that's what happened in Hyde Park. Eventually the separation got to a point that they just moved to a new spot.
Yeah, but they had separate doors to start with, right?
Well, it started with the same door and then
You beat this horse, yeah, never.
Up to you. Are we ready to move on to old business? We also need to select a date for a budget meeting.
Yeah, let's do that.
I was thinking the 25th.
Are we gonna have like a,
Okay, I'll be there if you will.
not a chance?
Well, we'll do it early.
Yeah.
Do yourself.
Tom, how long do you need to do your data collection so we can have a,
I think by
for real graph?
within 2 weeks, we should have 90% of it nailed down.
What's the other 10% gonna be?
It's just everything that's light green needs to come from other people. Everything that's dark green, I just need to go in a dark corner and close my door. And everything that's blue would come from the select board, but I can populate it on my own and show them the start of that.
So are you saying that the regular work session of the 16th would be?
We're meeting with the Randall. But we could just do that whole meeting for the budget.
I would reserve everything, just budget.
What were the other things that came up?
Is that Monday?
We could remove beautification from a report. I don't think.
Do we need
want
the
it to be
treasurer
one.
to come?
Any high level
For that
official
budget
that's giving
meeting?
us attention.
Well, the treasurer's coming next meeting.
Oh, the state trip.
Maybe they could help answer why the pilot program or the pilot money is getting whacked. I can't believe that there's less revenue going to the state than there was before. But maybe
So
that's
it-
one reason. Maybe the other reason is some sticky hands. Got it. You know the state government better than I
I
do.
know, I worked, Duncan was very happy when Pilot started.
Well, I guess the whole trip won't be a waste of time. If those questions, it's gonna change.
I expect he's gonna attend by Zoom.
I hope he is, he better not.
I'm gonna call our representatives, try to get an answer before then.
About pilot.
$50,000 drop in 1 year,
Yeah, I'd like,
and more towns are exercising the option tax,
yeah, that makes sense.
and everything's up. How is that possible?
Isn't pilot set by legislature, didn't they set like?
But it's funded by the options tax. That's right, you enact.
Apparently it's based on value of the buildings. Did they get downgraded in their
My understanding
assessment?
is that the legislature say, that's the right, $10 million. And then that $10 million gets distributed to all the towns and state property at their assessed value. And so maybe if legislature allocated less money to do pilot and more money to say flood response, that might be, there might have just been less money that was pushed towards that amount.
Yeah, and that's very, very likely.
But where does that money come from?
it all is fungible when it
Yeah,
comes to the
the
state.
legislature-
They cannot tie a future legislature's hands.
Right.
It's still.
We passed a bunch of taxes,
In the
like the
red.
property transfer tax, it's gonna do this and do that, and then appropriations committee sits down and says, no, it's gonna do this. And usually pilot was, I felt comfortable because there's so many people in Vermont, so many reps from Chittenden County. And UVM paid a huge amount of pilot. But that's how they do it. Tom is right.
It's
They
every-
say,
it's
they
every
say
town.
we've got 20 million, we prorate it across state property.
So the big
That's not the
question
way it
would
was
be, we know what we
explained.
got for last year, and the big question would be, should we reduce that amount as an estimated
Again?
income for this year?
Yeah.
What did I put it, wasn't there?
I think you carried the 447 that we got.
Yeah,
did,
which was less than we budgeted, but we budgeted less than it was. I remember having this
Budget
conversation.
450,
Budget
460.
460.
I was gonna text.
We got 447.
10:30.
And, but it's a 50,000 drop in the previous year.
It's asleep.
Right, fiscal year 24, it was 494. This year it's 447.
Yeah.
I thought,
So that was actually on one of my list of questions, was to ask Tom to check and see if 447 is what we should budget, or can we expect something more than that? Maybe that's a Dan Noyes question. I don't know.
yeah, I was about to text him and then I realized it was 10:30.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Right, knock your socks off. All right, are we ready to move on to old business? We never selected a date.
We have
for
a
it.
second. Are we gonna dedicate that 16th meeting to?
Is the board okay with trimming everything else?
Yes.
And Mike Pichek, do we know how much time that will take?
We'll give them 10 minutes.
About 45.
So we can do that and then,
Get Randall, it'd be too.
Yeah, talk to Randall about this.
okay,
If we can
60.
push the committee report back, I believe they have a request for plantings. Maybe we could have a quickest consent agenda just for a couple of things and move right on. I know it's a little bit different, but
Do we have an actual time set up for Mike Pichek's?
right off the bat,
Right, at 6:30?
although we were just talking earlier tonight about awarding contracts from the RFP replies for the library. Our next meeting. Yeah,
It's not gonna take very long.
Okay,
Michael, we can take something simple and make it long.
Yeah.
That.
Good plan to go. To waste to die or something.
yeah,
Okay, so the 16th, we're not having a special meeting
It's,
for the budget.
Well, we may need one.
We may-
we're gonna need a
Let's
lot
see
of
how
time,
far we get.
we're gonna need a lot of time in that meeting dedicated to budget and trim all of the.
I think
extras we get.
every request will be pushed off.
And you think in 2 weeks you could have,
I think if you guys send me those errors that you know of, whether you want to say the cell number, whether you want to say the line, I'll take care of all that stuff so we can get in those are. I would love if all we have is a list of questions like this, for the conceptual ones that we. Once the conceptual ones are done, we're done. Then we send it to you, you proofread, come back.
well, and then we get into the conversation of how much it's increased,
Right,
right?
Absolutely.
and
Cause we're 4.4% above what we were hoping to be at.
But if we get that 100,000. We get the 100,000. Once that revenue shows up in our estimated final, that's gonna push our estimated surplus and drop about 5%, it pushes right around 2.4.
Only if we apply all of it to that.
right, and depending on what pilot does, that could be. That 100 grand could be 50.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's so many unknowns, let's just focus on those empty cells and hit them and. Get those and then if we can have all the conceptual questions done on the 16th.
So if we all have questions. You're just gonna compile them so that all the questions could be asked in an open meeting, or you're gonna change your draft to whose question?
I would, and if it's okay with you guys, I would love to answer all the ones I can answer, because most of them are gonna be grammatical. You know, they're simple, I need to make an edit. If I can answer those, or I can pull historical data, I should do that outside of open meeting, so we're not wasting our time. Send them to me, I'll compile them, I'll send them all out to you. You'll see what I did in my weekly updated draft anyways. And then
And yeah.
all we have left is a list of questions that are unanswered, and that's what we answer.
Okay,
it sounds more efficient than trying to do
Yeah,
at the meeting. I'll have some really high level.
hi, those are the ones that I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark would have approved
How
this.
Yeah. More cannabis shops in Johnson.
All right, I guess we're shooting for the 16th, and we're probably gonna set another meeting that day. A lot of meeting time on the 16th.
Let's get through as much as we can.
Next item's old business. Any updates? Any updates on any old business? I don't understand why beautification MOU is on there, but
I'll just say, don't want to lose track of writing it after.
we're not writing. We had a conversation about that at the meeting, right? They need to write one and present it to us.
After town meeting, and I want to make sure that doesn't fall through the cracks.
Oh, is it on our side to fall through the cracks, or is it on the entity that's requesting to present one to us? Huh?
You want me to take it off?
I do, but the rest of the work, beautification MOU, is that on us to write?
They were supposed to write that.
Okay, so my memory is not completely shot.
They were supposed to do that for them.
I would take that off. Unless there's any updates. We can move on to executive session.
Is that what all the other board members thought? That they were supposed to write for our board?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, for me, it was just a placeholder, so when town meeting came, it was. Hey, beautification committee, we need that MOU so we can put this to bed, so there's no issue with the village again. That's why I added on the quote.
If you're gonna have MOUs as placeholders, maybe we need the one from the library updated after town meeting day 2
So,
for their buildings and grounds.
the reserve fund,
Or did they, no, they have an MOU with town.
you want me to add that to old business?
No, I just want beautifications to come off. I'm saying we need to be fair and equal to all committees, right? Instead of just playing favorites. I don't think it's on the floor to write any MOUs that are being requested of us. If we're requesting one from somebody, I guess it'll be on it. All right, if there's nothing else, I would entertain a motion to enter into executive session.
For employee evaluation under one VSA 1313 A3. Sorry.
Motion a second, further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? The board is entering an executive session. I have my phone down.
Looks to me.